of the program dollars you're spending were fraudulent or possibly fraudulent, you show us a corrective action that you're going to take, or we're going to withdraw that money the next time.
Their financial incentive are these people that are making all this money from fraud, are they donating to any specific groups? Like, is there a direct turnaround?
The Cubans in Florida, they get mad at Trump because they say, all the states you're designating are blue states. That's just because the blue states refuse to cooperate. But Florida's a red state, and we're really going after them. We're shutting down all durable medical equipment, reimbursements for the whole state, because it was all being run. It was probably being run by the Cuban government. But
I don't understand how no one saw it. No one from the government saw it, and would there be a reason why they weren't looking for it, other than they just wanted it? They were only thinking about recruitments. But was anybody making money outside of these crime organizations?
I would say no. The money was not. The states were making money,
right? But there was a lot of talk online about donations to parties, donations to NGOs.
That is probably true too, although I don't have any evidence of that.
No evidence. Okay. So it really just
you wouldn't have, even if you get those kind of donations, it's not the kind of proof that I would talk about, because you cannot prove that.
Right.
That donation, motivated that behavior.
But it really highlights how ideologically captured some people are. That because it's the right wing going after this Medicaid fraud, that somehow or another that fraud is okay, and that fraud's not that big a deal. That there's, what's the all told number that's been stolen from this stuff if you had to take a wild guess?
It's at least $100 billion a year.
$100 billion a year
just from Medicaid and Medicare.
That anybody would not want to stop that kind of crime because it's attached to the wrong party it just shows you how weird this country is right now.
Yeah, listen, I was a Democrat my whole life, and one of the things, and then
what are you now?
Now I'm kind of, first of all, it's illegal for me now to vote in any state. So I don't really have a party affiliation because, they challenge. I was a New York State resident. When I was running, they sued me and they said, "Oh, you don't really live in New York. You live in California." I said, "Yeah, but my driver's license is from New York. My law license is from New York. I have an address in New York. My car is registered in New York. My falconry license is in New York. My hunting license is in New York. My fishing license is in New York. And I intend to return to New York." And there were hundreds of cases, just black letter law, saying the only measure is if you intend to return there at some point. We got crooked judges, and they said, "No, you're not a New York resident." I'd already said I'm not a California resident. I don't intend to stay there. So now I'm not, I'm not legally allowed to vote in any state. But, I saw this with the party. My father hated partisanship because he thought it was dishonest. And he said, he always told us you should vote for the man, not the party. Or, he said the man because at that time it was predominantly men. But I saw this when Trump, I grew up in a Democratic Party that was very anti-NAFTA. So it was against working people and labor unions. And Trump said that he was anti-NAFTA. All of a sudden, the Democratic Party was pro-NAFTA. And that's what turned my head the first time. And then, when I was, then I saw how and Trump questioned vaccines during the 2016 election. The Democratic Party it was kind of that skepticism, and the concerns were spread evenly across the party. My uncle Ted Kennedy was very much on the side of medical freedom. And it was evenly spread, but as soon as Trump said that, it became part of the dogma of that party. And then, when I ran, we were, one of the things I ran against was the Ukraine war. And the Democrats were always the anti-war party. But as soon as Trump questioned that war, they became the pro-war party, and they invited the CIA director to speak at the Democratic convention, and it just is the party's only agenda is we hate Trump, and anything he says, we're going to do the opposite of it, and it makes me very sad for the party, and I don't think it's a sustainable way to operate.
No, there has to be some sort of an appeal to people in the middle that left when things went crazy. Just let us know you're not crazy anymore. Let us know you've abandoned a lot of this crazy stuff, and also, like, recognize what's good for everybody, right? Hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud is not good for any of us, the whole country. So we should all be together on this one thing. Like, this is terrible. It's just stealing from your tax money, all of our tax money. Us, American citizens, we should all be united on stopping any kind of fraud. Forget about who's the fucking president and who's going to get responsibility for it, who's going to get the accolades. Like, who cares? Stop fraud. We're all together. You shouldn't have criminals from other countries living here just stealing money from Medicaid. That seems like that should be a bipartisan issue in a rational society.
Yeah, and I saw this, the craziness when we did the Tylenol findings, because the science is really clear that, and there are dozens. I read 76 studies over a weekend, and when we were looking at this, and the studies that support Tylenol safety are very weak, and they have huge holes in them. There's overwhelming science that says you shouldn't take it, particularly, it's okay normally, but you shouldn't take it during pregnancy, and particularly the last days of pregnancy, or in the perinatal period, perinatal period, which is immediately after pregnancy. You don't want to take it because the association with Tylenol usage at that point and neurodevelopmental disease is very, very high and pretty clear. And so we issued a warning. We didn't ban Tylenol. We just sent a letter out to all doctors saying, be careful about. We didn't want to ban it during pregnancy because, as bad as it is, it's the best thing. It's better than taking ibuprofen or aspirin.
Why is aspirin?
Because of Reye's syndrome. It has a clear association with Reye's syndrome, and they all have problems.
What is that word, Reye's syndrome?
Reye's syndrome, Reyes.
What is that?
It's, I'm not sure exactly what it does.
Put that into our wonderful sponsor, Perplexity.
And if you put aspirin use and Reye's syndrome, you'll see that.
So is this just with pregnant women or with people in general?
Pregnant or young children.
Oh. Well, so baby aspirin? Didn't they always used to have children's aspirin?
Yeah, I don't know if they do it anymore.
Reye's syndrome is a rare but serious condition causing sudden brain swelling and liver damage, primarily in children and teens recovering from viral infections like flu or chickenpox. Become very rare due to reduced aspirin use in kids. Wow. Aspirin.
Yeah,
I always thought of aspirin as like the most natural and healthy out of all those things that you take for pain.
Oh, I think it is pretty safe, but it's
avoid aspirin and what's that word? You say it.
What is it? Salicylate
containing meds in children and teens with flu, chickenpox, or cold. Use acetaminophen or ibuprofen instead. Vaccinate against flu and chickenpox, and screen newborns for metabolic risks. So acetaminophen is the issue in Tylenol, right?
Yeah.
Because I read this terrible story about a lady who died during COVID because she did not from COVID, from Tylenol. She just kept taking Tylenol.
Well, Tylenol shuts down your liver if you take enough of it.
That's what happened to her.
But what I was saying is, when we issued this warning, it was immediately condemned by the Democrats. Oh, here's Trump and Kennedy doing, weird science again. And then you had all of these videos, these viral videos on TikTok of pregnant women eating Tylenol.
Yeah, to say fuck Trump. Yeah, it's crazy. I hope they didn't really do it. I hope they were pretending, because that's so dumb. It's just so stupid. Why would you even want to risk that? Like, how is that not a a thing that you just abandon all party affiliation and go, the health of my child, this is science. They're not saying don't take Tylenol. Like, you could still buy Tylenol. It's a good thing to know that if you take too much of something, it's bad. There's a lot of things that are fine if you take 1 or 2 pills. But if you're that poor lady with COVID, you just keep taking it over and over and over again, you'll die. We should know that. It doesn't mean you shouldn't take aspirin or you shouldn't take Tylenol. It just means know when to take it and when not to take it, and know how much to take. Like, that's all information that everybody should want to be out there. The fact that people want to connect that to Trump, and I'm going to take Tylenol while I'm pregnant. Like, oh, is this what? Like, imagine the aliens watching us and going, they're not ready. They're not ready for sophisticated time traveling technology. These fucking dopes, like, what are they doing? They're fighting over nonsense. And it's like, it's all heavily accelerated by social media.
Yeah. I mean, the algorithms just amplify that polarization.
Yes.
They're just telling you what you want to hear and validating your worldview all the time.
And also just outraging you all the time. I've been off it for a while now, and it's like it frees your brain.
Wait, if you were locked up at any Illinois juvenile detention center, like Cook County, the Audie home, or anywhere else in the system, a global settlement may be coming in 2026. Stay informed. This could matter
Illinois
to you.
staff allegedly engaged in inappropriate behavior towards inmates.
Now more than 600 lawsuits are already filed, just like the Catholic Church and Boy Scouts case.
What if my story doesn't count?
Most people never file because they think their story doesn't count until it's too late.
Once the final lawsuit is filed, the door slams shut forever. It takes just 60 seconds, 3 questions. That's it.
Do nothing, and you get nothing. Act now, and it could change your life.
I almost missed it. Don't make the same mistake. Click now. Once this page disappears, so does your chance.
It's like all the weirdness of thinking about nonsense in the world, you're aware of it peripherally, but it's not in your face all day, which I think most people are dealing with a lot more even than I was. And they're just bombarded by sensation, bombarded by anger and frustration and angst, and
it kind of liberates the darkest impulses of the human spirit. I mean, I don't use it either, but I post stuff. But if I started reading my comments and take them seriously,
it's terrible. I genuinely thought when you joined forces with Trump, and then Tulsi did as well, I was like, okay, maybe this will unite us more and make more people realize that there's a lot of people that are being left out, that are in the center of all this, and we can all come together and work together. That's what I thought, naively. Obviously, once you guys got in there, it was you guys were MAGA and like health is bad and don't stop the dies. Like, no matter what it was, people were ideologically opposed to you being correct about anything because now you're connected with Trump. So it's like I was watching liberals, the people that are always worried about food ingredients, just dismissing all of this talk about preservatives and glyphosate and red dye and all these different things. And it is just an ideological thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's like it's dogma, and it's part of it's tribalism. It's these connectors in our brain that evolved over millions of years of us living in these little tribal communities, and now you've got machines that can activate those parts of the brain, and they're being manipulated all the time.
Yeah, and then there's a bunch of people that are commenting that aren't even real people. There's that too. There's a lot of manipulation that's going on social media where who knows who's doing it. There's a bunch of different groups doing it. But they're not real people that are outraged. They're not real human beings that are saying these things. And they can kind of shift a narrative into a certain direction sometimes. It's a fascinating time to be alive. As far as what you thought this job was going to be before you get in, before you got in and what it became. What was your expectations when you got in? Like, did anything really surprise you?
I mean, I try to go into every part of my life without expectations, and just focus on really narrowly on what I'm doing day by day. And that actually makes me a lot more resilient, because if you don't have expectations, you never get disappointments, and so you can never get crushed. And but I would say that I had not spent a lot of my life hanging out with Republicans, and what I imagined that they were talking about is exactly the opposite of, now I'm in an administration that surrounded by immensely talented people, and they're immensely idealistic. And I always imagined the Republicans would get together and they'd be thinking about how do we screw the poor and how do we, reduce tax on the rich. And they're just narrowly focused on how do we solve these big problems and how do we make our country work. And the level of idealism that I see at every level in the White House and in my agency is inspiring. And then the level of the capabilities, just the competence of the people who I'm surrounded with. I think the thing that shocked me most was how bad the agency was, and how just how inefficient, how nobody seemed to care that people were getting sicker and sicker. Nobody was taking accountability of the fact we're the health agency, and yet we have the worst health and we're the richest health agency in the world. I think HHS is the sixth biggest country in the world if you look at its budget. It's got the biggest budget in the federal government, bigger than the defense budget, and yet we are absolutely miserable at what we did. I mean, we're literally presiding over this cliff where every American is where people are just 77% of American kids can't qualify for military service. And nobody's asking, why is that happening? When I was a kid, the typical pediatrician would see one case of juvenile diabetes over a 40 or 50 year career. Today, 38% of teens are diabetic or pre-diabetic. So 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door. Why isn't anybody noticing? As the autism rates have gone from 1 in 10,000 in 1970, and people knew what autism was. They knew what it looked like in 1970. They did the biggest epidemiological study in history to answer the question, what is the percentage? And they came up with 0.8 per 10,000. So less than 1 in 10,000. And today it's 1 in 31. In California, it's 1 in 19 and 1 in 12.5 boys.
That's crazy.
We are,
That's so crazy. 1 in 12.5 boys is crazy.
And when my uncle was president, I was a 10-year-old boy. We spent 0 on chronic disease, 0. And today we spend $4.3 trillion a year. And it's the fastest growing item in the federal budget. And it's existential. We can't sustain it. And the Republicans and Democrats have been arguing for years about whether we do the single payer, Obamacare, this or that. It's all about throwing money. Who gets to keep the money? And we're throwing in a system that's completely broken. It's not a healthcare system.
Getting sicker and sicker.
It's like changing deck chairs on the Titanic. Why is nobody focusing on how do we get people healthy? Because that's how you solve the healthcare cost problem. Right now, 40 cents out of every dollar that you spend in federal taxes is going to healthcare, and about 90% of that is chronic disease. So, it's clear, and Americans don't want to be sick. They're being made sick. The obesity rates have gone from 5% kids when I was a kid now close to 20%, and in adults, 70% of adults are obese or overweight. That was not true when we were kids. And it's not because Americans got indolent or lazy or hungry. It's because they were being mass poisoned. And, the vested interests that are making money on keeping, everybody makes money on keeping us sick. The food companies make money on getting us sick. But pharma makes money on keeping us sick. The insurance, you would think insurance would want to keep you well, but it doesn't. It actually makes more money if more people are sick. The hospitals.
Why? How does the insurance company make more money if people are sick?
Well, I mean, think of it this way. If you're Lloyd's of London, if you want one ship, and you're insuring all the ships in the ocean, you want one ship to sink a year, or do you want 1,000 to sink? If 1,000 sink, everybody's going to be paying you premiums to insure themselves against that eventuality. And you're making money on the friction. So you're making the money that comes into this. You're making your money on the money that comes into the system. So the more that you pump up that volume of money, the more you make. So, nobody is interested, nobody is economically incentivized to make people well, and we are not going to get well until we align those economic incentives with the health outcomes that we want, which is nobody gets sick. We end the chronic disease epidemic, and that's what we're doing now. We're trying to realign all those perverse incentives that reward you. I mean, for example, the medical system pays out on fee-based service. That means that the more tests the doctor orders for you, the more drugs he prescribes you, the more contact he has with you, the richer he gets. So he is not incentivized to get you well. We ought to be paying him a flat fee at the beginning of the year and saying any cause from this patient, the rest of the year come out of your pocket. And then he's like, okay, how do I get this guy from getting sick? And he starts studying nutrition books and, that's
An interesting idea. It seems so captured at this point. It's going to be difficult to unravel all that.
It's difficult, but it's not impossible, and we're doing it.
Well,
But 3 years from now, you're going to see a different healthcare model in our country.
Talking about it has a big impact because most people are just not aware of how the whole system works and what is actually wrong with it. Most people just hear about it. Healthcare, people are sick, they need healthcare. Why would they cut healthcare? Cutting healthcare is bad. That's what they would just immediately think. And I think most people they think of the fraud stuff and they want to dismiss it. Like I've heard all these people dismiss this Nick Shirley kid and what he exposed in Minneapolis. But the reason why is because it's the wrong party. If this was a Democrat that was exposing Republican fraud, then they would be all into it. It would be on every newspaper. But instead, they're trying to dismiss it as not relevant.
Yeah, and to me, it's weird because I know Democrats are human beings and they care about the same things that I do. I've known all of these guys, almost all of them, many of them for 40 years. Bernie Sanders, I've known for 40 years. Their only solution is more money to the system, a system that is broken, that is making us sicker and sicker. And what President Trump wants to do is he wants to fix the system. Most of that money is not going to the patient, it's going to the insurance companies and the PBMs and all of these middlemen that are milking the system. And that's why President Trump says, the answer is to not pay the insurance company, it's to pay the consumer directly and make him the CEO of his own healthcare so that he can spend money. He's now incentivized to do prevention and to maybe do holistic medicine or take vitamins or, take vitamin D, which, is, as you know, is kind of miraculous, or to do alternatives, to do preventative care. And he's going to want to save money. Right now, nobody is in that position of accountability. We need to make them the CEO of their own health so that they have responsibility and they're going to pay the cost if they get sick. government pays, but they then decide to allocate that, how to allocate that money. And then we need to make the system transparent. And that's, one of the things that we're doing.
Hey, Sonny, it's John. I changed our reservation to the Whale. I'll text you the address. The other place, they close at 10, so the reservation didn't go through. See you soon. Bye.
Where during his first term, Trump passed a transparency bill, but because Trump had passed, everybody wanted transparency. If you're a woman, you're pregnant, you want to know how much it's going to cost you to have that baby. There's no way you can find that out for most of them. You could go 9 months on a phone every day, how much it's going to cost, and you'll never get a straight answer. And so, in New York, for example, what we're doing now is we're going to make all of the hospitals and all the providers post a menu of their prices that are available to everybody and that are available on a website that we're creating. So if you want an MRI, and there's 40 places around your home that offer MRIs, you can't right now figure out what they cost. Now you're going to be able to go and look at them all on a single page and figure out what the cheapest one is. If you go to a restaurant, the prices are on the menu. If you go to buy a car and the guy said to you, yeah, you can buy the car, but I'm not going to tell you how much it costs till after you buy it. Nobody would operate that way, but that's how our medical system operates. So I looked at, we have a mock-up of this website. We're right now, during the Biden administration, because Trump had passed that law, the Biden administration just refused to enforce it. So we're in the same position now where there's no transparency. We're changing that now. We've sent out over 1,000 letters to hospitals, warning letters that says you got to post them right now. And we just finalized new regulation. If they don't do that, they're going to pay a huge fine. So I saw the mock-up of the website, and I asked the question, how much does it cost in the hospitals within a mile of Manhattan to have a baby? One of them was, there were about 30 hospitals that I could visualize on one page. One of them was $1,300. That was the lowest. The highest was $22,000. In Detroit, it is the cheapest place to have a baby is about $5,000. And the most expensive is $60,000. And it's the same service, the same quality care. Nothing changes except that price. Why do we have that information chaos? We have it because the industry wants to hide what it's doing. And so there's no market. There's no ability for people to make good choices. And when, I was staying with Dr. Oz during the transition at his house in Florida. And one day, Prime Minister Rudd, who was the former Prime Minister of Australia, came by. And after he was Prime Minister, he had been appointed to run a commission to reduce healthcare costs and improve quality. And they were very successful. But he said the number one thing that they did that changed everything was price transparency, was showing people the price of what they're going to pay. So we're now going to do that. And people will be able to shop. And now we also have to shift all of that money away from the insurance companies and put it in the hands of the public, so that they are incentivized, maximum incentivized to make good choices.
So as far as making good choices with like food, I like what you guys did. I love what you guys did with the food pyramid. You essentially flipped it on its head, which is kind of crazy. That for the longest time, we are being told that the most important things, the primary diet should be grains and rice and wheat. And now it's things that we've known for a long time. It's whole food, actual real food. That's what you're supposed to be eating. The problem is getting people to change their habits and change their ways. And if people don't start eating good food, and if people don't start taking care of their body, what other things can you even imagine would shift this trend?
Well, here's what's going to happen. First first of all, the food pyramid, I inherited a food pyramid from the first week. I came into office 1 year and 2 weeks ago. A week after I got in, I was handed the food pyramid that the Biden administration had. It wasn't even the food pyramid. They got rid of that. They just were doing the dietary guidelines. So it was the recommendations that would be reflected in the food pyramid. It was hundreds of pages long, and it was incomprehensible. And it was driven by all the mercantile impulses that had corrupted the food pyramid for 50 years. And it was written by lobbyists. It was written by the food industry lobbyists, and the same impulse that put Fruit Loops at the top of the food pyramid, which isn't even a food.
Fruit Loops were at the top.
Fruit Loops were at the top recommendation of the food pyramid. You can ask them to look up the old food pyramid.
I need to see where Fruit Loops stand. Don't they throw some vitamins on Fruit Loops? Isn't it like vitamin enriched?
Oh yeah, as if that's good for you.
It's good for you.
Right.
They add vitamins. Do
You
they even
add
add
vitamins to cyanide, and it's not going to make it any better for you.
No, I'm joking. Obviously. But it was a ridiculous. So So how did?
So then what we did is we got the best nutritionists in the country. And we got Mark Hyman, and we got the nutritionists from the best universities in the country, and we put them all in a room. And I thought it was going to take a month. It took 11 months because they fought over every recommendation, and everything is cited in source so that we know we have good science. But, some of the stuff was right because of regulatory malpractice all these years. Some of the studies simply haven't been done. So there are knowledge gaps which we should not have. So now we have a food pyramid and because of the old food pyramid, people didn't like the food on it, and they were going to ultra-processed food, which was okay on the food pyramid. So now 70% of the food that our kids eat is ultra-processed food, 70% of the calories they get. And it's just poisoning them. And they took off the good stuff like whole milk, which is nutrient-dense, which is feeding their brain. We have 2 generations of kids that grew up without milk, without the proper nutrients for their brain. We have the first country in the face of the earth that has chronic obesity and the same people malnutrition. So you have immensely obese people and they're malnourished. They're medically malnourished. And it's because the food pyramid was so messed up. So what's going to happen now, Joe, is that we are going to be able to drive that. We're going to be able to change dietary culture. Just the food pyramid is going to change dietary culture. And here's how. Brooke Rollins, who's an incredible USDA secretary, she administers $405 million a day. She gives out the food subsidies, so school lunches, the WICS program, the SNAP program, Indian Health Services, and all of these other programs. And so those programs now are going to get good food because the dietary guidelines dictate what they can and cannot feed kids. The military and the VA also are changing. Now, this week I met with a guy, Chef Robert Irvine, who is a television chef. He's been hired by Pete Hegseth to come in and change all the military meals. And he's already on 5 bases. By the end of this month, he'll be on 20. What he's done is the food that we give our military is so bad, they won't eat it. So they're going out and they're spending their money on fast food. And fast food is not cheap. A Big Mac meal costs $12 to $14. It's not a cheap meal. You can get a really good food for that price. You can feed yourself a whole day for that price with good food. Mark Hyman's new book has a diet, $10 a day diet, 3 meals, great food. Anyway, Robert Irvine is going into these places and he gives them all fresh food, almost all of it locally sourced. As it turns out, it's cheaper. The military is spending $18 a day for 3 meals for each soldier. He's spending $10 a day and giving them real food, good food. And the lines now are around the block and nobody's going to fast food. Everybody's fighting to get in. And what he says is it doesn't cost more. We don't need any more money. We just need to buy smarter and to be smarter about how we do it. And, we're going to be able to do that. One of the things that we're doing with the dietary guidelines is the SNAP program. SNAP, we have 20 states now that have applied for SNAP waivers and have been granted so that you can no longer get candy on SNAP. You can no longer get soda. That was 18% of SNAP purchases. So we were taking the 63 million poorest kids in our country, giving them taxpayer-funded diabetes, and 78% of them end up on Medicaid. Many of them are being treated for diabetes, so we're paying to give them the disease, and then we're paying to treat it for the rest of their lives. And we're changing that. And one of the things that Brooke is doing is she's going to require that any retailer that accepts food stamps has to double the amount of real food in their establishment. We're working with farmers, we're working with entrepreneurs to make sure every American can get high quality food that is affordable.
I don't know how anybody would be opposed to that. That all sounds
It's
fantastic.
weird that they are.
How could you, the way you just laid it out, how could anybody be opposed to that? That all sounds great.
I mean, what the
Especially for the
Democrats,
soldiers. The fact that they were getting terrible food that they didn't want to eat is just, that's really offensive.
Yeah.
You think about what you're asking of them, and then
Yeah.
you're giving them garbage that they don't even want to eat. Like, how do they feel that you care about them?
well, and one of the things that Robert Irvine, the chef, told me, he said, it costs $9 to get a frozen salmon. It costs $6 to get a fresh salmon. So, good food is actually, if you cook yourself at home, the good food is much, much less expensive. The problem is Americans have forgotten how to cook. And cooking is really important because it's important for family cohesion, for a sense of community. It's a daily, it's almost sacred ritual. And taking that away from our lives has amplified the spiritual malaise that we're in. And one of the things we're going to do is to start sending federal workers out to teach people how to cook. They don't have the implements. They don't have the cutting boards. They don't have, they don't know how to buy groceries.
Right.
And, you can go into any big grocery store in this country. If you go and buy a steak, it's still pretty expensive. But if you buy the cheaper cuts, it's great meat. And it is very, very affordable, or liver, or, all these alternatives.
Chuck roast.
Now, you said, how can you be against that? Well, I told you 20 states have applied for the SNAP program, and we've granted them SNAP waivers. Why would you want taxpayer? If you want to drink a Coke, you ought to be able to. We live in the United States. We're not going to take anything away from anybody. But the taxpayer shouldn't be paying for it, particularly when we're paying for it on the other end in diabetes. So this just makes sense to anybody. 20 states have applied. Only 2 of them are blue states. Why? The Bernie Sanders has been fighting for this for years, but Vermont won't apply for one. And it's all partisanship, and they're putting their hatred of Donald Trump ahead of their love for their own children. And until we learn to stop doing that, the healthcare in this country is not going to improve, at least in those states.
So what strategies, if any, could you ever imagine that could be implemented that would kind of unite people on these things and get them to stop being so partisan about one of the most important aspects of being a human being is staying healthy. It's like love and health. Those are the top ones that we all want. It just seems insane that we would choose this as a battleground. And it seems insane that it's connected to one party or another. It shouldn't be. We should all be united on at least this. And I think if people were a little healthier and they were a little more fit, they'd probably have a lot less anxiety, probably a lot less conflict when it comes to political disagreements. Things could probably be worked out more amicably, especially among friends. It's like having good health improves virtually every aspect of your life.
Yeah, I mean,
for everybody.
I'd say 2 things. The food ties directly into your mental health.
Yes.
And we now know that it's so well documented that there's a gut-brain connection, and that depression, ADHD. Chris Palmer up at Harvard is dramatically reducing the symptoms of schizophrenia simply by changing people's diets, using a keto diet. There are
Dramatically, like what kind of percentage?
losing 30% of their symptoms.
Really? Just from ketones?
From keto.
What about, have they done anything with
the same thing is true. I mean, there's a big paper about to come out on losing a bipolar diagnosis, kids who lose bipolar diagnosis simply by changing their diet. We know that ADHD is driven by all these food dyes and stuff, and that's very well documented. There's all of these. You go on the internet and you look for studies that show what happens when you change the food in prisons and juvenile detention facilities. And they'll put it in one wing of the prison, they'll put good food, and then they'll put the standard food in the other. And the level of violence goes down by 40, 45, 50%. The use of restraints in juvenile detention facilities goes down 75%. The number of incidents dramatically drops. And so it's a public safety issue in the prisons. And, I've been meeting now with all the prisons. Prisons have a real problem because the state prisons are allocated to 60 cents a day to feed the prisoners. And it's all, for them, it's all about shelf life. So they're just feeding them the worst kind of poison that you could possibly, it's all just chemicals.
Oh my God.
But,
well, we've kind of given up on the idea of rehabilitation. It's just all about punishment, and then.
But this is also public safety. It's guard safety.
Of course,
And the other thing, to answer your first question about how do you sort of, mitigate the polarization, I would say the only way that you do that is by getting people to start talking to each other.
Yeah.
Because you got to be able to find common ground with other people, and if you don't talk to them, you don't see their humanity.
Right.
And, that's one of the things that you do that is so great, which is you bring a lot of people on here who you disagree with, and you have a civil conversation about them, and you show your curiosity about them, and you get to hear their rationale. And a lot of times I'll listen to somebody on this show, I'll say, I don't like this guy, and then I'll listen to his rationale, and I'll think, oh, actually he's making a lot of sense. And we have to stop hating people because of the label on them.
Yeah.
And start, listening. And it's really important we do that now because these algorithms are designed to drive us all apart.
Yeah.
And, we've always had political polarization in this country. I mean, I grew up during the 60s and, there were bombs going off and people being shot and, it was very, very violent and vitriolic when my dad was running. And the polarization probably was the worst since the American Civil War. But today, when it is amplified by the algorithms, it's hard to see where it's going to end up in a good place unless we start learning to talk to each other.
It's not just the algorithm. It's also the method of communication. When you're only talking to people through like angry tweets back and forth with each other. You were saying like sit down and talk to people. No one's doing that anymore. Very few people. There's a few FaceTime conversations going on. You see your friends if you go out with them. People are not talking that much anymore, and they're not sitting down and talking. And when you do, everyone's distracted. Everyone has their phones out. Everyone's checking text messages.
I'll tell you one of the most important things that we're doing right now as part of the MAHA legislation from my agency. We're going state by state, and we're asking them to do bell-to-bell legislation so that and 26 states have now already done it, so more than half the states, so that kids can't use cell phones in schools. I went to a school in Loudoun County the other day, and the states love them. I went to Loudoun County, and they had the students had fought against this against getting their cell phones. So the way they do it, all of the school districts and states do it differently. But in that state, they can bring their cell phone to school, but they have to leave it in their backpack. And if the parent calls and needs to talk to them, they can do it. But I walked into the cafeteria, there's 600 kids in that cafeteria, and they're all talking to each other. They're sitting across the table. Nobody's looking at their laps. The parents came, that day. I polled the students and I said, how many do you think this is a good idea? And they all put their hands up and they said, we all hated it for the first 2 weeks and now we love it. The parents said, it's the best thing that ever happened. My kid is not driving with their cell phone in the car anymore because they know they can live without it. Or eating dinner with the family and we're actually having conversations. And then the teachers in the schools love it because the disciplinary problems go down and the test scores go through the roof, because they're focusing on work. So it's just like a no-brainer. But again, it's the blue states that are the hardest to convince to do it because they see it as a Trump, part of the demonization of Trump being the tyrant or whatever.
It's just so stupid to not recognize the kids are distracted. Like, what? Why? It's just one of those things. Like, why does that have to be a right or a left issue? It's stupid. This is a United States issue. The best way to have a group of people that succeed in this world is make it as clear a path for them as possible. And as soon as you allow them to use their phone all day, it's too addictive. No one can put them down.
No.
You're going to lose 30% of your concentration or more, easily, I would imagine. And the fact that would be a partisan thing is just nuts. It just shows how goofy we are. I don't know how you get people to talk, though. I mean, other than, I do it on a podcast, but that's my job. I don't know how many conversations I'd be having with people who I was politically opposed to or ideologically opposed to, or just didn't see eye to eye with them and wanted to know how they think. I don't know how many opportunities I would ever even get to do that.
What you're doing is so important. And now, there's 1,000 people imitating you. Many really good podcasts. But it's teaching people to have conversations. You are the best teacher, mentor on that, and people admire you. So they, I have 7 kids, and they grew up with devices and stuff. And I would learn, I'd slap them out of their hand, and also they couldn't concentrate on long points, conversations. They're like, get to the point, like, I only got 5 seconds. You got to make your point. And then I see them sitting for 3.5 hours and listening to a Rogan podcast. That was a cultural phenomenon. That was a cultural change. This generation of kids, I have so much hope for because they grew up with that. And, they want it. So I do have a lot of hope that we're going to be able to do this. And then, I think Charlie Kirk did that too as an example to a lot of those kids. Because whether you agree with him or not, and he had very strong opinions that people, consider terrible. But the one thing that he really did is he talked to people he didn't agree with, and he always gave them the microphone and allowed them to amplify their voice. And then he had a civility, and he talked to them, and he used logic a lot of times destructively, but not in an angry way. And so I think, he was teaching people how to have conversations again. You're teaching people how to have conversations again. And it's, I think that's, one of the big hopes that I have for the future, that people learn to talk to each other with people with whom they disagree.
It would be nice, but there's also a real genuine problem today in the marketplace of outrage that a lot of people, a lot of their podcasts are just focused almost entirely on outrage and of like having arguments and screaming matches with people, putting people down and not having civil discourse, but trying to win, trying to dominate someone in an argument, trying to squash people. And I guess in a sense, some of that is really good because it exposes bad ideas, but it just encourages that kind of discourse where if someone's ideologically opposed to you, they are the enemy and you want to destroy them. And I'm like, okay, they're just a human being. Like, find out why they got to where they are. That is a different perspective than you have, and why you got to where you are, and try to figure out if there's some middle ground in there. Like, what do you believe? Like, why do you believe that? And find out why, and ask them, and don't cut them off. Let them talk. Let them express themselves. Help them if you can. Try to figure out what makes someone actually think, instead of just thinking that your ideas are a part of you. They're just ideas. Like, they're not you. Like, some ideas you can hold in your mind and they're bad for you. They're bad. You haven't examined them. You're acting on them like they're doctrine. And then you're stuck with that idea because you've already espoused it so many times. You don't want to be a flip-flopper. And so people get mad. And you get this weird cycle of shitty communication, and nobody ever breaks out of it, and nothing ever gets done. And there's no common ground is ever achieved. And the only way you're going to ever break that is to stop talking to people like that. You gotta just talk to them. Instead of talk to them like they're the enemy, just talk to them like they're a fellow human being about some ideas, and just treat them with respect. Talk to them like a person that, in any other circumstance, maybe even could be your friend. Just talk to them. People can do that. It's possible. It just takes discipline. You have to learn how to do it. Took me a while. It took me a long time to learn how to talk to people better, but it can be done. And
but it's technique. But as prevalent as that kind of vitriol is in the podcast world,
right,
it is incomparable to what's happening on television, because there are no conversations on television.
Right. That's more of what I was getting at, honestly, is there's some shows that do that, but like some of these CNN shows, it's just these crazy ideological battles. And yet also, guys, pro tip, you can't have fucking 6 people at a table all yelling out for 7 minutes. You don't have enough time to get a real point across, and it becomes a battle of like who's got the best prepared sound bites, or who's got the best snarky quip. It's stupid. It's a stupid way to talk about things.
I mean, Cheryl went on The View. Yeah, The View. And it was that. It wasn't like, like you say, like, let's have a congenial conversation with people, and allow them to express themselves and to be fun and funny. And
yes. Yeah, well, just have a conversation with someone. If you disagree with them about certain things, like they disagree with her, it would have been far more productive to have a one-on-one conversation instead of this gaggle of hens squawking all at her. It's just like you see it over and over again when they oppose somebody. It's like they're all chiming in, and it's just not the way you could ever like thoroughly cover a subject. And they're limited by their format. That format is very limiting. It's a shitty format where you go to a commercial at predetermined times, period, no matter what. Like, maybe you got a little leeway here or there, but you've got to get that commercial in. And that's crazy, because if you're in the middle of talking, a lot of points take a long time to flesh out. Like, just think about all the stuff you just explained about Medicaid. Imagine if you try to do that, and you can't do it. And they would try to stop you. You're too in the weeds. No one's going to pay attention to this. It's like, I don't think that's true. And I think we've learned that because of podcasts, because there was no production, there was no executives, there was no one there. People were just putting on a webcam and talking. And so we realized, like, well, people actually do like conversations still. They just don't get a lot of them, not real ones. You get interviews where someone has like a sheet of questions. You get where someone is, playing a role. You're playing a role of a person who interviews people. You don't really give a shit about what this person has to say. But people do want connection. They still do. And the fact that we don't get it from social media, but most of our time is in social media, is just accelerating this detachment we have from each other. And that's what people have to get past. I don't know how to do it. Tell everybody to start their own podcast.
You and I were talking before we came in here about Larry King.
Yes.
He did that. There were a lot of people in the 70s and 80s. David Susskind and, all of these other people who were actually having conversations.
Yeah, Larry King was great.
Dick Cavett.
I love when he asked DJ Khaled how'd you gain all the weight?
What did he say?
He said, I ate too much. What do you want me to say? That's such a crazy question. How did you gain all the weight? Like, what, Larry? What are you talking about? That's crazy. That's a wild question to ask someone. But, you know, he would just have a conversation with you. You know, and I think people have a hunger for that. And a lot of this infighting comes from no face-to-face communication. I think when people get a chance, especially if it's not performative, that's part of the problem with the Charlie Kirk stuff or some of the other things that people do in front of a crowd. Things become very performative where there's a bunch of people watching and cheering, and then you know how the audience feels and you play to them a little bit like, that's probably not the best way to talk about stuff. And I think human beings naturally understand one-on-one conversations. We've had them for all of human history. So when you get a chance to hear people talk one-on-one for hours at a time, it expands your understanding of the world. Now I know how you feel about things. I know, at least for this brief 3-hour conversation, I get more of a sense of how you approach things. And then people put that into their own mind and go, maybe I should approach things a little bit differently. Maybe I should think about things a little bit differently. And we miss that. You know, we're missing that. And social media robs you of that. It gives you the exact opposite of that. Yeah.
Pain doesn't care who you are or why you hurt, but pain can be mastered if you know the way. Fight back with Tiger Balm's legendary herbal power. Trusted for over 100 years, our proven blend of camphor, menthol, and essential oils tames pain with the strength and speed of the tiger, so that you can rise above pain and get back to living. This is the way of the tiger.
I asked my husband, when did you get so big? His confidence hits different with Rougiette Ready. It dissolves under his tongue, works in 15 minutes on average, and can last for up to 36 hours. Rougiette Ready is the first ED formula with apomorphine, which helps fire up arousal signals in the brain, combined with sildenafil and tadalafil to amplify arousal and performance, not just blood flow. Honestly, he gets harder erections, he gets bigger erections, and yes, we have better sex. It's also up to 3 times stronger than generic ED meds, and 81% of men say they prefer Ready over other ED treatments. Now, I get why. He gets prescribed 100% online. It ships discreetly to our door, and it starts at just under $8 per dose. Fast-acting, long-lasting, built for confidence. Check out Rougiette Ready today.
I mean, you know what Charlie Kirk was doing, you're right. You know, it was less of a conversation and more of a sometimes it was like in the ring, you know, it was like being in the ring, but it's a lot better than what's happening elsewhere, which is just blanket censorship of people and not any willingness to just shutting people down and canceling them.
Yeah, 100%. Well,
that's another weird thing that's a Democratic Party impulse, because it was the opposite of the Democratic Party I grew up with, you know, which was unafraid of any debate. My uncle, my father said we should be able to debate and we should be able to win these debates in the marketplace of ideas. If we can't, then we need to examine ourselves.
It was a core tenet of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And, you know, the unfortunate shift in that, it's just like, you know, I remember during the Bush administration when the FCC was going after Howard Stern. It was this huge thing that they were trying to close down Howard Stern because Howard Stern was very critical of Bush. And it was like he was the guy out there fighting for free speech, and they were getting fined like enormous fines for things that he had said, you know, they deemed to be obscene, you know, and that was a right-wing thing. And we always thought of it as a right-wing thing. And when you see what's happening today, just like the wanting silence of your political opponents is the dumbest way to cut off your own hand. It's so dumb, because if you can't see that this could be used against you if someone else gets into a position of power, if all of a sudden some enormous right-wing corporation buys these social media platforms and only pushes right-wing agendas and silences all left-wing agendas, like, do you know how fucking crazy that is? To just give that kind of power willingly to an anonymous group of people that you supposedly align to because you're in the same tribe, it's the dumbest thing ever. And the fact that people on the left weren't outraged when they read the Twitter files and found out how much involvement there was in silencing real information and removing people who were from
The
Stanford.
White House
MIT.
ordered me to be removed from Instagram, and I lost 1 million followers.
Insane.
37 hours after he took the oath of office, swearing to uphold the Constitution, they were ordering Mark Zuckerberg to take me down. And then you look at what's happening in England now. People going to jail for Twitter posts.
12,000 people this year. 12,000 in the last year.
And this was the Magna Carta was, written, and now it's just a dictatorship.
Well, they got rid of trial by jury, except for murder and rape and a couple other things. Now it's just a judge. So, whatever it is, if it's a social media infraction, there's no reasonable, judge by a jury of your peers. No, you get judged by a judge. And that's
the Soviet system. It's like Kafka.
I just can't believe how quick it happened. When you look at the social media arrests, they were always disturbing. Like if you go back even 4 or 5 years, they had quite a few of them a year, but it really ramped up over the last year or so. And it's just insane to watch, and a lot of it is criticism of immigration, like legitimate criticism of immigration and legitimate criticism of crimes that have been committed, and people outraged, which is completely normal. But instead of doing anything about that, they want to arrest people from complaining, and it's just really weird to watch.
Yeah. And it's going to get worse with the AI. It's scary.
Well, it's just strange that they couldn't do anything to stop that from happening, and that anybody that's reasonable would be willing to let that happen because their side is imposing it. That seems like an existential threat to all critical thinking, all communication and debate. As soon as you start arresting people for opinions, that's crazy. Now you're getting nuts. Like anything that you deem might incite violence or outrage, people are outraged. They have a right to be outraged. If you can put them in a cage because they're outraged, that's nuts. That's really nuts. Now they have a pub law. Do you know this one?
No.
Oh, find that, Jamie. They're trying to pass this thing. I don't know if they passed it, where someone's. I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't want to fuck this up because it was disturbing enough without me misinterpreting it. But the idea was to stop people from saying things on social media that you get arrested for. Stop them from saying those kind of things in pubs. And
where is this, in England?
Yes. See if you can find it. I know I saved it, but it'll take me too long to pull it up. You find anything like that? Legit?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't imagine it's not. I mean, it's not outside the realm of what they're capable of doing if they're arresting 12,000 people a year for social media posts. I mean, if that was happening in America and they were only arresting Republicans, I don't think you'd hear a peep out of the Democrats. I think they think it's important. We have to stop misinformation.
Yeah.
It passed?
No, I don't think it passed.
You don't think it passed?
I know if it passed or not.
Okay, so what were the
Legislation name, blah, 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 but it says you're still free to converse. No, the law now places this. I don't know.
what were they trying to, free speech in UK pubs, employer responsibilities. It requires employers to take reasonable steps to prevent staff from experiencing harassment by third parties such as customers. Well, that's normal, right? You don't want to be harassed by a couple. Concerns have been raised that debates on, for instance, gender identity or political matters could lead to staff complaints, resulting in patrons being asked to leave if the behavior is deemed aggressive or harassing. It should not be misinterpreted as a ban on lawful, polite, or controversial speech. Who's to decide what's controversial, though? Third-party harassment legislation focuses on addressing harassment rather than banning specific topics of conversation entirely. Just any regulation of conversation is nuts. If it's one thing you're harassing the staff,
I've never known a pub owner who would allow people to come in and harass his staff. He
Right.
already has an economic and management incentive to not allow that.
Right.
It's not the kind of thing you need to legislate.
But to say that someone doesn't feel safe if people are having a civil conversation about gender identity, you don't feel safe if you work there, and that you're getting harassed by people's opinions that you don't agree with. Well, that's where things get weird, because then as we've seen, there's a lot of people that get hurt. They get really triggered about a lot of things that are pretty normal for most folks. Microaggressions, dumb shit. There's a lot of people that just want to be offended, and if this is a law, that could lead to a lot more problems. It's just a slippery slope, and they're not going in the right direction. And I don't know how they course correct if they've fallen this far that quickly. 12,000 arrests is crazy. That's a crazy amount of people go to jail for social media posts. And it encourages self-censorship, so you don't get a real sense of what people want or don't want. Because people don't want to be involved. They don't want to go to jail. They don't want to take a chance.
The framers of the Constitution put free speech was everything to them, and they put it in the First Amendment because they knew all the other rights and guarantees were dependent on it. If you have a government that can silence its opponents, it has a license for any kind of atrocity.
It's just shocking that all other Western nations haven't adopted that.
Well, most of them don't have constitutions.
So crazy. It's just so ridiculous. So ridiculous that free speech, which is like, we all agree, especially in America, it's one of the most important things. The only way to find out what's real and what's not. You gotta let people talk it out, I mean, when you're living in a world where the government has the power to dictate what's real and what's not real, and they don't have an obligation to be correct, you got a real problem. And if there's no consequences for them being incorrect, and they've silenced correct speech, they've gotten away with something that's real slippery and real dangerous. And when there's a lot of money involved and a lot of businesses involved.
I typed it into Perplexity, and it just gives a little context on it, because the pubs are
the pub thing.
Yeah.
Reverses a 2013 removal of third-party harassment liability, making pubs liable if staffs overhear comments deemed harassing based on protected characteristics like sex or race. Critics call it a banter ban, fearing landlords will police conversations to avoid lawsuits, chilling speech in social venues.
It makes it sound like if someone was doing that, the business was getting in trouble versus the person who was saying it.
Right. So they removed a third-party harassment liability. So they removed the pub owner being in trouble.
Yeah.
They removed that.
It says it passed. When I was looking it up, it said it passed a couple months ago.
So that makes pub owners liable again. So removed 2013 removal of third-party harassment liability.
Made them liable. I think it's back to reverses that. Reverses making them liable.
No. It reverses the removal of the third-party harassment liability. So they removed the liability, now making pubs liable. So it now makes them liable if they overhear comments. So what this does is it encourages the pub itself to censor people, which makes sense. I mean, if you all of a sudden can now sue a pub that you went into and you didn't like this conversation about gender identity that was taking place next to you, you have the basis of a lawsuit now.
Yeah, so now the incentive is the pub owner to go out and police all the conversations, so that if anybody crosses a guardrail, the pub owner now has to go in and interrupt them,
And
which is not a good thing.
If you weren't a charitable person, you could imagine that there's certain groups that would have people go to places, have conversations, and set up a lawsuit.
Yeah.
You could commit fraud. If the pub is liable, you pay some kook to go in there and start yelling about transsexuals, and then next thing you know, you collect the lawsuit. That's not outside of what I think a shady person would do. If you think about what you've just talked about with all the Medicare fraud and all the other fraud that we know has happened in the world, this is a giant loophole. This is a giant loophole for people to come in and sue people and silence everybody's speech. And the fact that this is not being recognized, it's very disturbing that people don't understand human behavior. Very weird. They're willing to accept this kind of stuff. When you look at the challenges of getting things done, what has been the most frustrating in terms of what you wanted to get done and what you were actually able to get done or in the process of getting done?
I mean, I've been surprised by how much President Trump has supported me on this stuff. Because I'm going after the biggest, about big pharma, big insurance, big food, and these have all been, those were all taboos for every administration, Democratic, Republican. There was little incremental things that you could do under Democratic administrations, but nothing like this ever happened. The agreement we made with the pharmaceutical industry could not have happened under any other president. The MFN agreement, the most favored nation, and the way that worked is, we've been paying for the last 40 years the highest price in the world for medicine, and so we have 4.2% of the world's population here, and over 70% of pharmaceutical profits and revenues come from the United States. Why is that? Well, we do buy more drugs than anybody, but it's because we pay higher prices. We pay 2 to 3 to 5 times what they're paying in Europe. For example, and President Trump likes to talk about this, Ozempic, the list price was $1,350 in America. You could buy the same drug in any pharmacy in London for $88. And it's made in the same factory in New Jersey. And the reason that was allowed to happen is the Europeans just said, we're not going to pay any more for it. They would set the price, and that was the maximum. There's a lot of drugs they don't have. There's a lot of cancer drugs they don't have in Europe because they just wouldn't pay the price. And so President Trump, every president has vowed to stop this. Clinton tried to stop it. Obama, Bush, all of them tried, and Biden all said we're going to get rid of the MFN price, and none of them did anything on it. And President Trump literally called me sometimes once a day, called late at night, 11:30 at night, and say, where are you on MFN? And we ended up getting it seemed to me even, it seemed insurmountable. But he said, I'm going to use tariffs. I'm going to force the Europeans to raise their drug prices. And because we had enough leverage on the pharmaceutical companies because of our Medicaid, Medicare programs, we could pretty much force them to lower their prices. But it would put them out of business. So, and he didn't mind. He wants us to continue to be the center for innovation in this country. And he also wanted the companies reshore all their production so that we're making all the drugs here and they're not making it elsewhere in the world. And so we sat down with them for months, and we came to agreements with 16 of the 17 pharmaceutical companies. Now Americans are getting the lowest prices in the world. If somebody lowers a price in Europe, we get that price or lower. And people can get that today on Trump RX. They can go for the most popular medications and get the cheapest price in the world. And not only that, but the pharmaceutical industry, because we gave them certainty and because President Trump forced the European countries to raise the price that their citizens pay for drugs, the companies actually did well. They increased stock values by 1.3 trillion among them. And they've all agreed to onshore their production. So Lilly is building 6 plants here, new plants, including one of the biggest API facilities in the world. As the API are the pharmaceutical ingredients that we ran out of during COVID. We need to be making them here because otherwise other countries can blackmail us. Pfizer, Merck, they're all building big facilities here, and drug production is now going to come to the United States. We're going to be the center of the world in terms of drug production. Oh, and those negotiations were very, very tough, and they were extraordinarily complex. We have a really good suite of talented individuals, high caliber individuals who've left billion-dollar businesses. One of them is a guy called Chris Klump, who's immensely talented. He walked away from a company that does data management for 85% of the hospitals in this country, and he walked away from a billion-dollar company. He divested, lost a lot of money to come just because he wants to improve things. He ran the negotiations, and the pharmaceutical companies fell in love with him because they realized they could trust him. And we worked out this extraordinary agreement where now Americans have gone from paying the most.
If you were locked up at any Illinois juvenile detention center, such as Cook County, the Audie Home, or anywhere else in the system, a global settlement may be coming in 2026.
Illinois staff allegedly engaged in inappropriate behavior towards inmates.
Now more than 600 lawsuits are already filed, just like the Catholic Church and Boy Scouts case.
What if my story doesn't count?
Most people never file because they think their story doesn't count until it's too late.
Once the final lawsuit is filed, the door slams shut forever. It takes just 60 seconds, 3 questions. That's it.
Do nothing, and you get nothing. Act now, and it could change your life.
I almost missed it. Don't make the same mistake. Click now. Once this page disappears, so does your chance.
In the world for drugs, to the least in the developed world for drugs. And that's going to change everybody's experience.
Can I ask you how that applies if someone, is it the same if someone has insurance or if they don't have insurance? Like, how does insurance bill it versus how does someone buy on their own?
If they, it's going to lower price for everybody. Anybody can go on Trump RX, whether they have insurance or not, and they can get it there.
And they would buy it themselves.
Yeah.
And so it'd be at a substantially lower price than they would have had in the past.
Exactly.
If they buy it themselves. But what if people are just getting it through insurance? Do they
get, and there's...
Does insurance lower it as well? Or do
the copay is lowered.
Okay.
And, we had the first woman to buy a drug on it. The first customer was a woman who has been trying for years to do IVF. The drug cost $4,000, and now I think it costs, something like $600.
Really?
And it's going to allow, women. 1 out of every 3 women in this country does not have as many children as she wants, and she can't have more. And IVF is going to be really important because our birth rates just dropped. I mean, dramatically this year. They dropped to 1.75. So,
yeah, people don't understand that. We've had a few conversations on this podcast about population decline, and most people are not aware of it. They just see how many people are on the highway. They think we're overcrowded. They don't understand this replacement number that we're going to need unless we want our population.
The U.S. is in a different situation than other countries. Japan is in total crisis.
Right.
China is in an existential crisis because, its population is going to drop dramatically.
South Korea?
But, people want to immigrate here so we can make up the deficit through immigration. It's going to, and we have that advantage, but it's still the birth rate has dropped. It dropped 1.5, it dropped from 1.9 this year to 1.75, and that affects Social Security. It affects, it makes it so that the cliff for Social Security was pushed ahead by another year because of that drop in birth rate. So it's not a good thing, and American women want to have babies, and a third of them cannot have as many children as they want.
What was the pushback when it came to things like removal of dyes?
The removal of dyes, again, I think because of President Trump's leadership, we were able to convene the industry and talk to them about it. And a lot of them came in and said, we know we got to change.
Really?
Yeah, the only one
But
that
you
really
ever ask them, why did you do it a long time ago?
well, they didn't have options. And what we did.
But didn't most of them, like for cereal, for example, didn't they have to have no unnatural dyes when they sent it to Canada?
Yeah, the ones in Canada, but in our country, we hadn't approved a bunch of them. So we only had one or two vegetable-based dyes. Marty McCary, who's done a fantastic job at FDA, has now fast-tracked it this year, 7 new ones. So we're working with the industry to make sure they have the dyes, and they're supposed to get rid of all the dyes by the end of this year. And that's going to,
So instead they'll use just food-based dyes?
Yeah, just vegetable and mineral-based dyes. And that's, another thing that we did, again, through two things that we did through convening industry because of President Trump's convening power. We fixed the prior authorization. So one of the most frustrating things that people go through when they encounter the healthcare system is that they have to wait for prior authorization from their insurance company. So you go in, your doctor tells you you need a knee replacement, and then it takes you 6 months for the company to approve, for the insurance company to approve the surgery. And it was infuriating for people and really devastating and heartbreaking for a lot of them. And we got the biggest insurance companies representing 80% of the American public all voluntarily agreed to eliminate prior authorization for almost all their procedures. A very small number now, I think 15% of the procedures still have it. And those are procedures we want prior authorization because there's a potential for abuse. For example, with spinal surgeries, a lot of people don't need the surgery. And Medicare wants to make sure that they actually need that surgery and it's beneficial to them. But for all the other ones, you will now know at point of care whether or not your insurance. So you go to your doctor, he says you need a knee surgery. Before you leave his office, you'll know whether the insurance company approves it or not. And that's going to dramatically change the medical experience. Another thing that we did, again, through convening industry, is we originally got 63 the top tech companies together, and then we ended up final agreement with 405 of them to agree to stop information blocking. So your medical records are owned by you, but you can't get access to them a lot of times. Most of the time, the data company won't give them to you. And so we've got them all to agree to stop doing that. So by the end of this year, every American will be able to get their medical records on their cell phone. And that's going to dramatically change the medical experience. It's going to save lives because if you get hit, you live in New Jersey, you get hit by a car in Portland, Oregon, you go to the hospital and you spend the first 2 hours while you're bleeding out, making out clipboards. Now, or you come in unconscious and they don't know what to do with you. They don't know anything about you. Now your medical records are on your cell phone. They can see if you have allergies. They can see what your blood type is. They can look at all of your previous medical records and make good decisions about how to treat you. And also you're going to be able to sync that with food purchases apps so that you'll be able to go into a grocery store and the app will tell you this one is bad for you. This choice is bad for you and offer you a better choice, etc. And there's an app like that, Yucca now, but there's a lot of them coming online now.
What's it called?
Yucca is the one. I think 50% of the people in France use Yucca, but it's.
Can you spell it?
I think it's YUCCA.
Okay.
Or YUKA. I don't know. You can look it up. We use it. My wife uses it. You go into the grocery store. And you put it on the barcode, and then it rates each of the products about whether or not they're, whether it's good or a healthy one, and then it makes you a recommendation for a healthier one if it's bad for you. And that is going to change the food culture in our country because the companies are already changing their ingredients so that they can get better scores from the Yucca app. and from other apps that are like it. It's not the only one out there.
But what about preservatives in processed foods? They're always going to exist, right? You're always going to have a certain amount of preservatives in processed foods.
Sometimes those little blue pills, they don't change anything. That's because they only work on blood flow. If the brain isn't aroused, passion still feels flat. So what's different than with Blue Chew Gold? It works on both blood flow and brain chemistry. Performance and passion, finally together. That's what makes it feel so different. Well, that explains why you've been glowing lately. Exactly. And they've got 10% off and free shipping right now.
Well, I mean, first of all, we're not going to take processed foods away from people, but I think we're going to change the amount of processed foods. One is by April, we will have a federal definition of ultra processed foods. First time in history. And as soon as we do that, we're going to do front of package food labeling. So every food in your grocery store will have a label on it. It'll have maybe a green light, a red light, or a yellow light, telling you whether or not it's going to be good for you.
Oh, wow.
And that, and it's going to evaluate all of the ingredients, etc. So, I think we're not going to change this overnight, but we're going to change it pretty quickly. And if you want to be healthy, we're going to give you the information to take control of your own health. And people just don't want to be healthy and don't care. There's not much you can do about it. But most Americans want to be healthy, and we've seen that when they're allowed to make a healthy choice, they do not want to be eating this poison.
Yeah, and ironically, the people that don't want to be healthy, they feel that way because they're not healthy. If they wanted, if they were healthy, they would want to stay healthy. They're just part of the reason why they're feeling this way is because they're unhealthy. That's why they don't care. Yeah. Well, it's also like the mountain is so big. If you're 300 pounds, like, oh my God, it's so much work to do something about this and not fall back on the old behaviors. And I don't know, other than by example, how you can get a large group of people to go along with that. When someone like Jelly Roll loses, like, I think it's close to 300 pounds, when someone like that does that, that's going to help a lot of people. So
yeah.
Some kind of an example of a guy who just completely changed his lifestyle around, changed what he eats.
And he did it without GLPs.
Yes, he did.
Pretty amazing.
Which brings me to peptides. Like, where are we at right now on peptides and getting them regulated and making sure it's not this weird gray area? Because we know they're effective, but we also know that there's a lot of pushback on peptides.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of peptides. I've used them myself and used them with really good effect, on a couple of injuries. What happened was there were 19 peptides that you can, just so people understand, there was a law written that to allow compounding pharmacies to make compounds that were part of approved drugs. So, part of approved ingredients of approved drugs, to make them individually for patients who did not have access to the particular formulation that they needed to fit them. Maybe if they had an allergy to the commercial brand or whatever. And the compounding pharmacies, and peptides was part of that group. There were 19 peptides that were widely formulated by compounding pharmacies. During the Biden administration, they illegally moved those to Category 2, which says do not formulate. It was illegal because they're not supposed to do that unless there's a safety signal. And they didn't have a safety signal. They're not allowed to look at efficacy. They're not allowed to say, well, we don't believe these are efficacious or whatever. They can only look at safety. They moved those to category 2, which means do not formulate. Well, what happened? There was huge demand for peptides. And so a black market came out. And the black market is run by companies that say that they're making the peptides for animal use or for research purposes. And and that peptide now basically completely replaced the legal market. The legal market for peptides, the pharmacies, the compounding pharmacies, were getting those peptides from FDA-inspected facilities, and some of them in India and China, but they were the same one that the pharmaceutical industries are buying them, and we inspect those. You know you're getting a good product. You know you're getting what you bought, what was advertised. With the gray market, you have no idea, and a lot of this stuff that we've looked at is just, is very, very substandard. Oh, I'm very anxious to move. Probably not all of those peptides. Some of them are in litigation, but about 14 of them back to making them more accessible. And FDA is in the middle of I think within a couple of weeks we will have announced some kind of new action. And my hope is that they're going to end up with, they're still looking at the science. My hope is that they're going to get moved to a place where people have access from ethical suppliers.
That's ultimately the problem with all this black market stuff, right? A lot of people are getting bogus peptides, and they don't have any idea if they work, whether to test them. They just take a chance. They take a risk. They get a little flyer in their email or something, and they hear from somebody else, I got it from this place. They don't even know, and they try it, and you're getting nonsense, bogus peptides.
I mean, we created the black market.
Yeah. Which we do with everything.
It's a very dangerous black market.
Which they've done during Prohibition. They're doing it right now with everything else. It's unfortunate. I know there's been some talk about psychedelics, and I know that in particular, Ibogaine, what's going on in Texas with the Ibogaine initiative, where former Governor Rick Perry and Brian Hubbard have been helping a lot of veterans, a lot of people with like serious opioid addictions, and this is the plan to have this and run some programs where you have this very effective way of getting people off addictions that we have for some reason banned in America up until these initiatives. I think there's some stuff that can help a lot of people. I mean, how many people are addicted to opioids in this country? It's pretty high. How many people are
48,000, 48 million.
Have you looked into the Ibogaine stuff?
Yeah.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week.
ZipRecruiter, rated the #1 hiring site. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/YouTube.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on it?
I don't know enough, and I don't think it's well documented enough about whether its long-term impact on addiction. But in terms of just sort of the field of psilocybin, MDMA, and there are lots and lots of good studies now that clearly demonstrate that, or strongly suggest that it is effective against PTSD. PTSD, sorry. And also some forms of depression, etc. And so I would say everybody in my agency and over over at VA, at Doug Collins' agency, is very anxious to get a rule out there that will allow these kind of studies, will allow access under therapeutic settings, and particularly the military soldiers who have suffered these injuries to get access to these products. We're working through that process now, and you have from Marty McCary. I mean, we're all working on it and trying to make it happen.
It would be great to extend that to police officers too, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the same type of PTSD they experience, it just doesn't get brought up as much.
And if you can treat depression and without using SSRIs, putting somebody on lifetime sentence to SSRIs, you can treat them. There's a number of things, not just psychedelics, but a number of interventions that we're looking at that are rapid interventions, are more transformative than the way that psychedelics seem to rewire your brain. And so we're looking at that as an entire category of interventions that people ought to be able to study. They ought to have good access to, and we should get it out to the public as quickly as possible.
What would be the hurdles to something like that?
I think that we're going to get it done.
So how would that be implemented? Would it be implemented in a clinical setting? Would it be somewhere that...
For some of them, it would be either you can do, to encourage more clinical trials. In others, there would be very strong guideline. I mean, this is what we're envisioning, so I can't tell you exactly what we're going to do, but very, very strong guidelines, for therapeutic guidelines. So how they're applied, what kind of follow-up, because a lot of these things rewire your brain. If you don't do follow-up, it doesn't work, or you have a failure rate. So, those kind of protocols are all stuff that we've been developing and studying, and we're, I think most of the people in the administration are anxious to make this happen as quickly as possible. And I know Doug Collins over at the VA already has, I think, 21 studies going over there, and they're very, very promising.
And what are they using at the VA?
I think they're using combinations of MDMA and psilocybin, maybe using Ibogaine. I think they're looking at a number of things, including ayahuasca and Ibogaine.
They shot down something fairly recently in California where they were going to decriminalize psilocybin, or they were going to allow it for clinical use. But I think the problem that they had was they didn't say we're completely opposed to it. They said there's no guidelines in terms of how's it going to be clinically applied, who are going to be the people, what's the dosage.
Yeah. You need those guidelines because you don't want to make the Wild West.
Exactly.
You would have horror stories overnight because people, as you know, some people can have very, very bad experiences on that.
Also, some people are on medications, and they should be very aware that this medication would go really badly with X amount of whatever.
Right.
The
substance. So, we're looking at ways to get it done so that it's in a very controlled setting.
And so would you envision a place like that, once it's implemented, where someone who's suffering from depression or PTSD, regardless of whether they're a soldier or a cop or just a regular person, could be able to go to a place like that and get treatment?
For me, personally, I would like to see that. We need to move in baby steps with this, because you don't want to create a situation where...
Get this. Credit Karma is giving you insider info on your credit scores. Many people don't get why their scores change. Credit Karma shows the factors that hurt and help your score, so you can avoid credit fails like always carrying a balance or closing old accounts, and level up your credit with the right moves, like timing monthly payments, paying more than your minimum, or opening a new account. Knowing you're always in the know, that's karma you can count on. Sign in for your latest score now.
Pain doesn't care who you are or why you hurt, but pain can be mastered if you know the way. Fight back with Tiger Balm's legendary herbal power. Trusted for over 100 years, our proven blend of camphor, menthol, and essential oils tames pain with the strength and speed of the tiger, so that you can rise above pain and get back to living. This is the way of the tiger.
People are getting hurt right now.
You don't want to create a situation where mentally unstable people snap, which can happen. Yeah, that's these are very powerful tools you're working with. It's like everything else. You can do it wrong, but it just makes sense that if you had less depressed people, more happy people, more people connected, more people that can kind of let go of whatever traumatic experience they went through and just live a more joyful, productive life, which many people that have taken these substances have experienced. Like it's not a cure-all for everything. It's not going to fix everybody. It's not even for everybody. But
you
should deny people access.
You shouldn't have a soldier who has given everything for the country, who has suffered terribly, who has to go to Tijuana to get these treatments, so has to leave our country in order to get the treatments. It doesn't make any sense. And
no, it doesn't, especially when so many of them have come back with these stories. Guys like Sean Ryan, a bunch of my friends have done it. And I had a good friend my friend Ed Clay, who runs the CPI down in Tijuana, the Cellular Performance Institute, which is an amazing stem cell clinic down there. He went down there because he hurt his back and he got on pills and he couldn't get off them. Did Ibogaine, got off them. He's like, oh my God, like more people have to be aware of this. This really works. This is a thing that has been shown. I think it's in the 80% range when you do one treatment of where people don't relapse, and it's in a 90% range with two treatments. I mean, it's incredibly effective. There's nothing like it. And yet we've been denied it. It also has like no chance of you being addicted to it. It's a terrifying experience, apparently, or at least very, very uncomfortable. It takes 24 hours. Nobody wants to hop in and do it again. It's not like, hey, let's party and take Ibogaine. Like, that's not
it's an ordeal.
It's an ordeal, exactly. And an ordeal is extremely beneficial to people, but also like severs the impulse of addiction in a lot of people. Like it's very successful at it.
Yeah, I mean, I had a family member whose life was transformed by this fellow. And, I've been in recovery for 43 years. So, and I go to a meeting every day. So it's pretty hard to convince me that you can fix what's wrong with you by taking something outside of you.
Mm-hmm.
But I have seen so much overwhelming anecdotal evidence, but also clinical studies that attest to, to the effectiveness under some circumstances with some people or these medicines. And I think you got Jay Bhattacharya at NIH and Marty McCary at FDA, who are all, doing whatever they can to make this happen.
Yeah. Well, I sincerely hope that more people consider it. And I think one of the big hopes that we have is when you have someone like former Texas Governor Rick Perry, who's a Republican, looking at this instead of from like, for the longest time, that was a left-wing perspective, right? Legalize marijuana, legalize psychedelics. It was you didn't hear about it from former Republican governors like Rick Perry. But when he sees the benefit that it has with veterans, which he cares very deeply about the veteran community, he's like, no, this is not something to ignore just because it's connected to hippies. I don't know if you remember this, but Hunter Thompson, during whatever election he covered in Fear and Loathing on the campaign trail, when he put out that rumor that Ed Muskie was addicted to Ibogaine, and Brazilian witch doctors were coming in and giving him Ibogaine, and it ruined that guy's career. But it's so funny that he chose that drug because it's like no one's addicted to that. That's not the risk. The risk is heart attacks. The risk is you have to have your heart monitored while you're doing it. It's very stressful for a lot of people. But on a clinical setting, it's shown to be incredibly effective. And I don't think we should ignore these things. I think it's foolish. And I think that is one that seems to have a bipartisan agreement on, because a lot of people on the left have always been in favor of some kind of psychedelic therapy, just based on experiences they've had that were positive, but seeing it from the right is very very encouraging, because I think it's something for human beings. It's not for everybody, but it's a tool that I have seen benefit many, many people, and we should use every tool that could help us be healthier and happier, period. That shouldn't be a right or a left issue. That's just silly. It's just dumb.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking that is an unusual perspective. But I think we've been propagandized for so long, particularly on certain things like, the blanket term of drugs, that all of them fall into this category of you trying to escape reality. And this one is literally the opposite. It's like you confronting reality and finding out why the pathways to certain destructive behaviors were set in your life and how to correct it. I think that'd be great for everybody.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm dreaming of a cinema that focuses on Spanish classic films, so I'm going to design it myself using Adobe Photoshop. Personal projects are great ways to sharpen your design skills and show your clients what you're passionate around.
Searching for my turtle's head is one of the scariest things possible. Not only do I have to worry about him taking my finger off, I can also potentially crush him with one of the rocks. My turtle is able to fully submerge himself underneath the sand, and the only way to find him is putting my entire hand in his fish tank. As you can see, he's a very, very messy turtle, so every week I have to risk my life trying to clean his aquarium, and I think I've found the little culprit. This turtle species can swim up to 15 miles per hour, so you're about to see him absolutely bolt. But after finding my little turtle, we were able to fully clean his fish tank, and you can see that he's a happy, happy turtle.
You're already a year in here plus, and is it going as fast as you'd hoped? Like some of these reforms, is there what are the main frustrations that you have to deal with?
Well, I mean, I didn't know what to expect, and I didn't know when I came in. I didn't know the president that well, so but from the beginning, he was empowering me. And, I never made an agreement with him about anything, but the first time he asked me whether I wanted to be HHS secretary, I said, I don't think so. I wanted to do something. I wanted to be maybe a health czar in the White House. And then I thought about it for a while and thought, no, I really won't be effective unless I'm in this agency and can actually, get into the weeds. And it has 82,000 employees and the biggest budget in government, and that would actually give me the power to change the system. And so then I went back to him and I said, I want HHS, and he said, fine. And then he allowed me to appoint all of my agency heads, which no president has ever done with an HHS secretary in history. He allowed me to appoint Marty McCary, choose Marty McCary at FDA, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, and CMS, and everybody else below them. So nobody's ever been able to do that. And then he gave me a very prominent job on the transition committee to set this all in motion. And then once I got in, he supported me on everything. And that, I think, was allowed me to do things more during. I think. I mean, I don't want to sound like, vain or something, but because of the great team that we have and because of the support of the president, we've been able to accomplish more in 1 year than I think any other HHS secretary has done in history in 4 years. Oh, I'm pleased with what we've done, but there's still, it's it's 20% of our economy. And so it's a huge agency, and there's, it's in everything, and there's a lot to do, but I think we're moving really fast.
So better than you'd hoped?
I would say, yeah, if you put this on the table and said you can have this at, the first day I got into office, I would snatch it off and say, I'll take it.
But I could only imagine staring at that mountain when you're at the foot of it and realizing what a climb this is going to be.
That's not how I approach it. I just did it one thing at a time. And there's something to fix every single day. And have the smartest people in the country working with me. And, we meet every day, me and Oz and Jay and Chris Klum and Marty. We have a meeting every morning and we talk about what we're doing and about where we need to help each other. And, it's a really, it's a very, very congenial team. We all feel like family with each other and we vacation together. And, it's, I think because of that, in former times, the HHS secretary has always been at odds with his departments. And, under Biden and even under the previous Trump administration.
Why do you think that was?
Because I think part of it is personalities. They're all kind of, alpha people. They have different ideas. And then I don't know. I mean, I think that a lot of that is just personality and struggling for power and influence and all of that kind of stuff. You want to run your own agency and you don't want interference. And but we've been able to do it in ways that are very, very collegial.
I wanted to ask you about pesticides. So what was the recent ruling on glyphosate?
That was an EO, which is an executive order from the president saying that we're going to make the ingredients for glyphosate in this country and for elemental phosphorus. And, I've spent 40 years fighting pesticides. I was part of the trial team on the Monsanto case, which was the team that, we won 3 cases in a row and then got an $11 billion settlement with Monsanto, which is now Bayer. By the end of our trial, Bayer owned Monsanto. But, pesticides are poison. They're designed to kill all life. It's not a good thing to have in your food. So it's not something that I was particularly happy with. Let me put it that way mildly. But I also understand the president's point of view. The president didn't create this system. He's dealing with a problem that was created long before, over the past 60 years, when, through federal policies and subsidies and the management of farming in this country, the agricultural management, we have addicted our farmers to these pesticides, and particularly glyphosate. Glyphosate is the foundational pesticide of our food production system. So 97% of corn in this country is produced with glyphosate and can't be produced without it. 98% of, you could do it, you could change it. There's organic corn producers in this country. It's like 3%. 98% of soy is produced with glyphosate. If you ban glyphosate overnight, or if you got rid of it, or if somebody else cut off our supply, it would destroy the American food system. And
how crazy is that statement? The American foods, the entire system is based on using poison.
Right. The farmers don't like it. Let me just explain what the EO did. Right now, according to the industry reports, 99% of our glyphosate comes from China. Oh, the Pentagon and others said this is an extreme national security vulnerability, that China controls the U.S. food system. We can't afford to let that happen. If we got in some kind of tangle with them, it could literally cut off our food supply overnight and cripple the country. And so that's what the president was responding to. But we all know we've got to transition off of glyphosate. We all know that. And the farmers hate it. They're now starting to see these chemical-resistant weeds, so that can't be treated with glyphosate. Now it's predictable. They hate the inputs. It's cost them a lot of money. 3, the foreign countries won't allow them to export Like Europe doesn't allow, most European countries don't allow the export of our crops to their countries.
Well, how are they doing it?
They use less glyphosate than we do.
ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Really?
Yeah. The right fit awaits. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
At Fridays, we are dedicated to helping you achieve your best weight and improve your overall well-being through compassionate, evidence-based care. I've personally struggled with metabolic disease, but it's a disease that carries no social stigma, and the treatment was simple. Go to the doctor, take a test, and receive a treatment. And I believe weight care should be no different. We understand that the journey to better health can be challenging, but you're not alone. Our expert team at Fridays is here to support you with personalized plans and ongoing guidance throughout your journey. Welcome to the Fridays family. Let's get started together.
But
they use some. They use it, but our system is all Roundup Ready corn and Roundup Ready soy, and so they don't use it like we do over here.
Ideally, that we would transition away from that, right?
Yeah, and it's also they know it's destroying their soil, and they're all suffering from runoff. It destroys the microbiome in the soil, and because of that, the soil can't. You don't get water infiltration in the soil, and so the soil then runs off, and it's destroying their farms. It's not sustainable. Everybody knows that.
We had Will Harris from White Oak Pastures on here, and he showed us the literal line in the river between his organic farm and the next door neighbor's farm. We could see this clear line where all the runoff is going into the river.
Yeah, but Will Harris will also tell you the same thing that I said, is that what he did is very hard, and it's
took
not
20 years.
What?
Took him 20 years.
It took him 20 years, and it's not applicable to every farmer. And
right.
He understands the problem too. We all understand that this is a huge problem. So the president was dealing with national security, and they did something that I really don't like, which is to support. There's a lawsuit that's now before the Supreme Court, but in the lower court they supported. That is asked for federal preemption. So that would mean that if the federal label says that this is safe, that these state lawsuits now cannot be brought. So withdraw a lot of the state lawsuits, and it effectively gives them immunity from liability, which is, to me, it's not good to give any company immunity from liability. It takes away all incentive for them to make the product safer. Again, the president is dealing with bigger issues, which is the company that's making this has paid $11 billion to, in my lawsuit, they're just about to sign another $7.6 billion settlement, 65,000 cases out there, and they've said, we're getting out of this business, if we don't get relief. So the president is hearing that. The farmers are hearing that, and they're saying that, this is a temporary fix. But we're putting huge amounts of money into studying the impacts of glyphosate right now in my agency. I'm doing that. And we're doing, and the president has made a big commitment, a $1 billion commitment, not only to regenerative farming, but also to developing new ways of dramatically reducing the amount of chemicals in our agriculture. I met this week with 3 farmers who are using this new system of lasers, which is now the cheapest way to control weeds in the vegetable fields. So, vegetables, lettuce, celery, all of these vegetables now, they're using a lot of them. You're going to see a very quick transition. It's an attachment that's dragged by a tractor. It kills the weeds at every stage of their life. It identifies their species and kills them instantly, all the way down through their root system by exploding them with this laser. And yeah, here's one of the.
This is what it looks like?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And this guy. So can
I ask you this?
Yeah.
Does this have any negative effect whatsoever on the food?
No. In fact, you get a 30% increase in productivity of the farm. And the growing season is shortens by 3 weeks for onions. So, and that is a huge economic boom.
Just zap the weeds.
It pays itself back, and for some of these farmers, it pays itself back in 9 months. It's $1 million. That's $1 million machine, but it pays back. They're paying vegetable field. This onion producer in South Texas, the biggest onion producer in Texas, she has 8,000 acres. She was paying $1,500 per acre for pesticides, for mainly glyphosate and for manual labor. And now with this machine, it's $300. She's saving over $1,000 an acre.
Is this showing how it goes?
She's got 8,000 acres. So it's $1 million machine, which sounds like a lot, but you got 8,000 acres and you're paying $1,500 an acre per growing season.
I missed one.
And now they're making them on drones.
Maybe there's a crop. Yeah. Interesting.
There's all these kind of new, exciting technologies that give us a light at the end of the tunnel to transition, and it could be very, very fast. What the president wants to do is accelerate that. He says, yeah, we can't allow.
Steven, this credit improvement success rate by Credit Karma is stunning.
Oh, yeah. It's an elegant way to show you use Credit Karma to learn about the factors affecting your credit and how to get your scores from fair to flare. Ooh. Download Intuit Credit Karma for free and start successorizing your credit today.
I asked my husband, when did you get so big? His confidence hits different with Rougiette Ready. It dissolves under his tongue, works in 15 minutes on average, and can last for up to 36 hours. Rougiette Ready is the first ED formula with apomorphine, which helps fire up arousal signals in the brain, combined with sildenafil and tadalafil to amplify arousal and performance, not just blood flow. Honestly, he gets harder erections, he gets bigger erections, and yes, we have better sex. It's also up to 3 times stronger than generic ED meds, and 81% of men say they prefer Ready over other ED treatments. Now, I get why. He gets prescribed 100% online. It ships discreetly to our door, and it starts at just under $8 per dose. Fast acting, long lasting, built for confidence. Check out Rougiette Ready today.
The company to go bankrupt. We can't allow foreign interference, but we got to get off of this stuff. We got to give these farmers an off ramp so that they can get off it, because they don't want to be on it. Nobody wants
without
to be
crashing the food system. So this is a bridge. This is a bridge to help.
Exactly.
You think would be technologies like this for weeds? What about for bugs?
It's harder. These systems are more difficult, or not yet economic in the cornfield, the row crops. They're economic for organic corn, and I talked to an organic corn farmer who's in love with his machine. But yeah, they can do it for bugs too.
So it's not just zap the bug?
They zap the bug. They identify them and zap them. But in the row crops, these guys, the vegetable crops are paying $1,500 an acre. The row crops are $50 an acre. And so to get economically to their level, they have to scale enormously. So that is, how do we help them do that? How do we bring Silicon Valley entrepreneurs and billionaires in to start investing really heavily in these kind of technologies? And let's get off of this stuff.
What are the primary health concerns about people that consume too much glyphosate? Or is there a threshold? Like I know there's like a safe level that's supposed to be detectable in your blood. Like, what does that mean in terms of?
I don't know if there's any safe level. I don't know.
I shouldn't even say there is a.
That is what we are trying to figure out right now, and it's associated with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. It's but there's a scientific association, but it's not strong enough for people to litigate on. The litigation was all about non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Only that.
Yeah, because that's the one thing that they had a critical mass of scientific studies supporting.
Now, what about when they use it at the
And
end of
it
production?
definitely disrupts it. Sorry, your gut biome.
Yes.
It is it's the advantage of glyphosate is, unlike the other poisons, it doesn't harm organic tissue, but it goes after plants, not animal tissue. But your stomach microbiome is plants, and so there's it may contribute to this celiac disease and to all these gluten allergies. It was coterminous with that. The introduction of glyphosate of of Roundup Ready corn. You know what Roundup Ready corn is, right? Means that you can spray the field and everything green dies except for the corn, which is immune to glyphosate. That's why it's so advantageous to them. It saves huge labor costs, and it allows them to sell the corn at a price that people can afford. One of the most controversial uses is a desiccant, and that means that there is no Roundup Ready wheat. So normally they weren't using this in the wheat field. Around 2003, they started using it to dry out the wheat just before harvest, and that way they can harvest it without getting fungus on it and without getting mold on it. And for the first time, they were spraying it right on food. And so that is real, the major factor for getting into human beings. And, around 2003 is when you started seeing these explosions in celiac disease and gluten allergies. There's no clear scientific evidence that it's related, but, there's there's some signals out there that now we're looking at it. HHS for the first time. They should have been looking at this 30 years ago. And, but, they're not, but we're doing it now.
Well, there's a lot of anecdotal stories about people going to Italy or Spain and France, eating bread over there, not having any problem with it at all, and being so confused. And then also people coming from Europe and eating in America and getting sick.
I don't know whether there's no telling whether that's glyphosate or other pesticides or whatever.
Right. But it's
I have a son who had chronic eczema from when he was a kid, a disease I never heard of as a kid, and everybody's got it now. And he would get it any time that he ate spaghetti or bread or, and he went to the University of Bologna. He went to Brown, and then he took a year at the University of Bologna, and he ate spaghetti 3 meals a day and had no problem. And so, and you hear there's hundreds of stories like that we've all heard.
I feel different when I go to Italy. When I go to Italy and I eat over there, I feel different. I feel different if I use, there's a restaurant that called Gaetano's in Las Vegas and Henderson, and they use all Italian flour. They import it all from Italy. It tastes different. It feels different. You don't feel terrible after you eat it. Something's wrong with our food. And everybody knows it. And the fact that it's become a left-wing or a right-wing issue is one of the dumbest decisions we've ever made as a country. And I know that a lot of it is, again, a lot of propaganda, a lot of these narratives trying to push people into thinking that things aren't dangerous because right-wing people believe in them and that it's nonsense. And it's just, I don't know what that pathway is when you're dealing with monocrop agriculture and you have these enormous farms and you say 98% is based on glyphosate use or whatever it is. Like, how do we get those people to ultimately transition? And if they do, could they even produce enough of their product to stay viable?
I can tell. I mean, I've met with over 100 farmers in developing the food guidelines, our team. And, I've been doing agricultural issues for 30 years. I can tell you.
My number one mom hack, building credit stress-free. With the kids and everything else going on in my life, building credit was just out of reach for me until I found Self. I opened up a credit builder account so I could build credit and savings at the same time. Now, I don't have to worry about an emergency fund. The best part? Self has the options for you. If you're struggling to qualify for a credit card, you can gain access to one through Self. Or if you want a free way to build credit, you can also report your rent payments. Seriously, this app is a keeper. Go download Self now.
farmers are the most hardworking people that I've ever met. They are good people. They want to produce the healthiest foods, and they don't like the inputs are killing them. They're, 7 out of 10 years, farmers lose money, and there's no young people moving to the farm country anymore. So we really need to do what we can to make sure we don't lose any more farms in this country, and that's what the president's worried about. That has to be his priority, but he also wants to make sure we accelerate the off ramps, the development of off ramps that they can transition off of this. And we're putting huge amounts of money into regenerative agriculture. People like Mr. Harris and meeting with him, Brooke Rollins, meeting with these guys all the time, trying to figure out how do we help you, how do we help other farmers to do what you're doing, and that is a priority for the administration.
Do you envision a real possibility of a country that is all regenerative agriculture with no pesticides? Is that even possible? That we could get to a point, whether it's a decade from now or two decades from now, where we've completely eradicated the uses of these harmful chemicals?
I mean, I think that's going to happen. I think technology is going to allow that to happen. But you're going to have a lot of robotic farming happening, and that's another question. But
that's robotic with these lasers. Is essentially what you're doing.
Yeah.
So that would be.
You're going to have drones doing this.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have drone swarms over farms killing the insects.
What about industrial fertilizer? What would be the solution to that?
And that's a little more difficult, particularly in some parts of the country. You need nutrients in the soil, but there's ways of growing, and Harris has shown this, where you can dramatically reduce the amount of petroleum-based fertilizers that you're using, dramatically, almost eliminate them.
Sure, but the scale of his farm and the scale of production in comparison to these monocrop agriculture places that produce corn, I mean, these people are dealing with enormous amounts of crops. That's the question is, could that be scaled regeneratively? Could you get it to a point where you have organic farms only?
I think with technology, you're going to eliminate a lot of the pesticides and the herbicides. I think it's going to be much slower when you talk about fertilizers.
But is there a pathway for that?
I hope so.
But you haven't?
No.
She's so far off?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be after my 3 years before that happens.
Do you, if someone else wins and they want you to stay, are you going to stay? Do you have a thought of that, or do you want to do as much as you can in 4 years?
Well, whatever happens, because you can't tell what's going to happen in the election, and I'm going to act as if I got 3 years to do everything. And if I, get more time, then I would probably take it.
How many days a week are you working?
Well, I work. I'm working. When I'm home, I'm working. It doesn't stop.
It's just your life.
And then we have a president who has, never stops working, and he's up till 11, 12 at night, which you can get a call at that point.
Yeah.
He says, "Were you sleeping 2 o'clock in the morning?" Yeah, no, of course not. I was working. Oh, he's an interesting guy to work for.
Yeah, he's got a lot of energy for it.
He's got an incredible amount of it. I've never seen anything like it, and particularly with the food he eats.
Yeah.
I don't know how
he's still eating mostly.
I've never seen it. Well, let me put it this way: when he's on the road, he eats like fast food because he trusts it. He doesn't want to eat in some local place where he gets food poisoning or something. But when he's at home at the White House or Mar-a-Lago, it is it's all like locally sourced, incredible food.
Oh, that's good.
So he eats well. But he still drinks. Dana White told me that he's known him for 20 years and he's never seen him drink water.
Just drinks Coca-Cola. What does he drink? Diet Coke, right?
Coke, yeah.
Doesn't he? You know, I just had Michael Mouse in here. He was talking about how he got off aspartame and how his brain fog just completely cleared up. He's drinking Diet Coke every day.
That is a really sleazy saga about how that got into her.
We talked about it the other day. We brought it up.
That was
Donald Rumsfeld.
Donald Rumsfeld.
Yeah.
And there was a really good FDA commissioner back then named David Kennedy. No relation, but he was a guy from Stanford. I think he was the president of Stanford for a while. And he was really good, had total integrity. He was like David Kessler, another really great FDA head. And he banned aspartame. And then Rumsfeld came in there and just overruled him. Rumsfeld had owned Searle, which was making it. That's how it worked.
Well, that's why this time with you in office has been encouraging. I mean, you doing the things that you wanted to do was, to me, the most interesting thing about this administration going in, because I knew your conviction. I'd read your Fauci book, and I'm like, if anybody can do something about this, it's you. And I'm kind of amazed at how much you have been able to do, and also, watching the struggle, the difficulties of getting things pushed through that should have been pushed through easily with rational thinking. It's a fascinating time because we are in a time of change. Some of it's good, some of it's bad, but we're definitely in a time of change, and that's not something you can say about every administration. It's definitely not something you can say about everybody that's been the head of the HHS. You're the first guy that gave me hope when you got in there. I'm like, okay, maybe we'll see some meaningful change with some things that are really important for people's health. I think.
We're doing it.
I think you are. I think you're doing it. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Any other subjects you want to cover?
Why don't you ask me about immigration? Because I know that's something that's disturbed you.
Well, what are your thoughts on immigration? On what's going on?
Well, here's the background. My kind of assumptions. During the last 10 years of his life, I worked very closely with Cesar Chavez. And I worked with, he had two issues. He had pesticides, which were a huge issue with him, and that's what I worked with him on the dangers that, his workers were experiencing from pesticides. And the other issue he had was immigration. He wanted to shut down the border because he saw the way that it was impairing this huge influx of illegal migration across the border. It was impairing his ability to get to bargain, to leverage good wages and conditions for his workers. When I grew up, the Democratic Party was against immigration, and it was the Republican Party who wanted it because the big corporations wanted cheap labor. The Chamber of Commerce was firmly embedded in the Republican Party, and they were all about open borders. Today, the Chamber of Commerce is with the Democratic Party. And so it's one of these switches that is kind of inexplicable to me. But I think, again, it happened because President Trump said, I'm going to fix it with a wall. And that became, and that suddenly became open borders, suddenly became a calling card for the Democratic Party. But there's a reason, and I see it in my agency, the cost that it's imposing on our country. And on healthcare. Diminishing healthcare for Americans and housing and jobs and all of these places where it hurts. And we need workers in here, and we need legal immigrants in here, but they should come in legally, and every country has to do that. President Trump ran on this issue. He ran that he's going to enforce it and deport particularly the bad people. This is what you don't hear. 70% of the people that they've arrested have criminal records. What the Democrats are always saying is only 14% of them have been convicted of a violent crime. Well, they've been convicted. And a lot of them, the other ones have been arrested, and they just haven't been convicted yet because they jumped, bail, or they jumped their warrants. The other 30%, a lot of them are gang members. When they go looking for an immigrant, they're not just randomly searching, restaurants. They're going after particular people who they've gotten their names from local law enforcement and from others. During the Biden or during the Obama administration, President Obama deported more people than President Trump did, the most in history. Nobody cared. And there were 76 people shot during that process, during the Biden administration. None of it made headlines. About half of those people were killed. None of it made the news. Now, because it's Trump doing it, you have the entire Democratic Party and the media establishment saying, oh, look at the horrible things. He's a dictator, but he's doing what he promised to do to the American people. It's very disturbing watching what you see on TV. The thing that makes it most disturbing is because there's so much interaction with protesters, which is weird that the Democrats are telling protesters to go out there and stop law enforcement from doing its job. That's not how protests usually work. If you don't like U.S. drug policy, which you don't, and a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't like the war on drugs at all. They think it's counterproductive. But you wouldn't send people to try and interfere with people who are arresting a drug dealer. And when you have thousands and thousands of people doing that, there's going to be thousands of interactions, and some of those are going to end badly because you have armed people doing dangerous things. And when you have crowds doing that, it's going to blow up. And so, I see this, nobody is happy with the way that things look, particularly in Minnesota. But a lot of it is because of this capacity of the press to take Trump derangement syndrome and amplify it into public outrage and set up a situation. I mean, if you're a dad, I wouldn't send my kids out to interfere with law enforcement operation. There's other ways to protest. So I think that, I think now they're pulling out of Minnesota. They're going to do this, in other states where they're not going to get that kind of crowd interaction. But a lot of the people that they're arresting are not, they're people who are actually, have, like I said, 70% have had criminal records.
Yeah, we've actually covered that here. And then there's also the issue that this is the first time in history that the border's been wide open for 4 years. It's a different thing. It's a different thing when you have at least 10 million people. They don't even know how many for real.
It could be 20 million.
They don't know. And that's a lot. And to have that happen all at once is pretty crazy. What disturbs people is, again, obviously these violent interactions. What should disturb them is that these are not organic protests, that these protests are organized and paid for. And that's crazy. When you find that out and you find out that people can actually be paid to protest and that they provide them with signs, they tell them what they do, it's organized, they have signal chats. There's been a lot of people online talking about being paid to protest in certain places. And that's kind of insane that that's even legal, that you can organize a mob and pay them to go and make a bunch of noise.
It's like the color revolution.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and that it happened,
they're doing it here.
Just happened to take place in the place where hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud was being exposed. So then the narrative completely shifts away from the fraud and onto this unnecessary violence with ICE. And then there's the natural thing that people have, this distrust of people wearing masks. They don't like that. They don't like officers wearing masks. But on the other side, have to wear masks because they're being doxxed and their families are being threatened, and you're filming everything they do, and you're these organized instigators. So if it wasn't for organized protest, I wonder if those particular interactions would have even happened, would have even taken place. And I know you're saying that they're targeting specific people. They're going after bad people, but also they're showing up at Home Depot and just grabbing people too and trying to find out if someone is a bad guy or a good guy. So there's probably a lot of people that are just people that got duped into coming to this country thinking they're going to be welcomed, and then they come over here and they're trying to get jobs, and now they're getting arrested and deported. It wasn't their fault that they were encouraged and brought into this country, but they did break the law. And I understand that perspective. But it's kind of insane that no one is pointing the blame at the fact that they let at least 10 billion people, or 10 million, people into this country over the last 4 years, at least being charitable. It's kind of nuts.
And I was down at the border, and I was during my presidential campaign, I went down there and went down a bunch of times. But the first night I went down there to Tucson, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was like the Boston Marathon in the beginning, which was the sheer number. And they were, they all had it planned. The cartels were all, running the whole thing. They were advertising all over the world and bringing people in. And everybody was, the Border Patrol was completely demoralized. They were told, don't arrest anybody. Just fingerprint them. If they're a criminal, turn them back. But most of these people, they couldn't figure that out, and otherwise put them on a bus or a plane to anywhere they wanted to go in the country. So it was just.
And at the same time, you have legitimate people that are doing it the right way that have to go through a long and difficult, lengthy process to attain citizenship and to come here, get a green card and come here.
Right. The whole thing was crazy, and that. One of the complicated issues that you have now, a bunch of sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. And it used to be that if somebody who was an illegal immigrant was arrested for a crime and put in the local jail, ICE was notified. So ICE would then come and local law enforcement would transfer it to ICE. In the sanctuary cities, they don't do that. They just let them go. And, it's not.
How is that legal? That seems insane. That seems like it's a violation.
It was never a law. It was just a policy. That law enforcement always cooperated with each other. Now, because Trump's in there, they're saying, okay, we would rather take the side of a criminal than take the side of the president. So they're choosing sides, and it's partisan. It's like the other day during the State of the Union speech when President Trump said, he was talking about immigration, and he said, please stand up if you think that law enforcement should protect the American people over illegal immigrants, and not a single Democrat stood.
Yeah.
How can you do that?
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier, what you were saying. It's just they're ideologically captured. Yeah, I mean, that should be something. If you want to be taken seriously, you're a reasonable person, you would stand up for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It really disturbs people when you see masked people grabbing people, arresting people, and a lot of them turn out to be American citizens. That's part of the problem too. But I did look at a chart recently because I thought it was fascinating. The number of American citizens that were arrested, what percentage during what Obama did versus during Trump. Actually, I think higher. More American citizens were arrested during this Obama thing. You just never heard about it. Also, if you hear Obama talk about immigration, if you hear Hillary talk about immigration, or if you hear Bill talk about immigration, you would swear they were running for president as a Republican. Like, if you listen to the things they were saying back then, it was very much the Republican perspective.
Well, that was the Democratic Party always was against an open border.
Yeah, Bernie even said that it's like open borders that's a Republican idea. They want cheap labor. Yeah. So, all right. Anything else before we wrap this up? Listen, thank you very much for all your hard work, and it's very exciting for me to have someone like you doing what you're doing, because I do know that you really want to push for meaningful change that's genuinely going to help. And I think, so far you're on a good path. So I hope we can get all the other stuff done too.
Well, thank you, John. Thanks for the conversation. And thanks for all of your conversations.
My pleasure.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
I like them, but if it's just me wearing them, why do you wear them? I like it because it locks me in. This locks me in. The only thing I hear is that person's voice, I can't hear Jamie's chair moving. I can't hear anything else. And it just like makes me really like focused on the conversation only.
I have ADHD. I had 11 siblings and I have 7 kids, so I can work. I can focus.
No matter what.
No matter what.
It's a skill. It's a thing to learn. You know, if you're the person that can focus without distraction, you're a good person to be in the job you're at.
Yeah.
What is it like? So since you've been appointed, I haven't talked to you on a podcast.
I know.
Yeah.
It's the best job I could ever have. I feel like I was designed for the job, and I just have so much fun. I mean, it's a target-rich environment, so there's so many ways that you can be effective and improve people's lives every single day. And part of that is because the agency was just such a mess. You know, it wasn't doing healthcare; it was doing sick care and just managing all of these perverse incentives. And have us spending $5 trillion a year on 2 to 3 times per capita what any other nation spends, and we have the sickest population in the world. We have the highest chronic disease burden in the world, and we're the best at medicine in this country. But that's when people get sick. You'd rather get sick here than any place in the world. But you're more likely to be sick here than any place in the world. And, and then it was just a big political patronage operation. And it still is. We're putting an end to that now. I mean, the amount of fraud that goes through that place. We lose just in Medicaid and Medicare $100 billion a year. And it's all
Yes, not entering yet. Not actively entering to this yet. This operation has already got a name. How to translate it? Magenuda kind of. How to translate? 1 second, I will check.
Say it again.
Will translate. Magenuda.
The shield of Yehuda.
Yeah.
It's not hard to translate.
The shield, I just didn't remember the word shield. Just I'm reading in Russian. I will check that in Hebrew they say Maganuda. 1 second, Magan.
U.S. Air Force is involved in strikes, it says.
Ah, really? Okay.
Well, that's what Al Jazeera says. I don't know if it's true.
I read that US not actively participated yet.
I mean, Safati now is allowed to publish the date and the nature of this operation was set a couple of weeks ago and were kept in secret. This was prepared for possible Hezbollah and Houthi retaliation. We have a plan for that as well. The United States is finally admitting that it carries out strikes in Iran in cooperation with Israel. I guess that means that the people who bet on Polymarket have won their bets.
I don't understand nothing about Polymarket.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just confirmed the U.S. did the attack. I should have bet all the money. I knew it was going to happen. I should have bet all my money.
Hi, baby.
I could have been rich.
They didn't let me sleep. Oh. Daniel probably sleeping now, like here. Yeah, I see the video. Israel strike on Iran.
So it seems it's not Israeli instigates, like Israel and the U.S. at the same time. It's a joint attack. It's not really good that there's like many rooms. We should really focus on having one room, but the problem is people are so stuck.
You see the room? Who else opened the room? I will check.
Well, everyone is about, because the Americans, they know about it now as well. The ones that are awake. It's a joint operation.
I see fancy debate room. Actually, don't see now too many people.
I'm gonna join this Mossad channel for Iranians. Let's see what that's about.
Check it. It's interesting. You can check it without close the microphone even. I would love to listen. A little bit Farsi.
We have set up a super secure and special Telegram channel for you. Together we will turn around to its glorious days. Share with us photos and videos of your just struggle against the regime. And more importantly, take care of yourself. We are with you. Wish Robbie would be here.
You know who's India? Hi, India.
No.
Hi, Dennis. Do you have some news? Oh, did that girl was killed? That you know that was oh my God! I didn't know that she was killed. That girl, you know, lately in the Instagram, I see the Iranian girl who's singing all the time. Faizan Hussein Nejad, something like this. She was killed. I didn't know because lately I started following her Instagram. Oh my God, it's sad. Shot and killed by the Islamic regime on January 9th for talking to the street of a... Oh my God. She was so amazing.
My messages are not going. I think they cut off the internet. Let's see.
I didn't know that I thought that she's alive. I didn't know that she was killed. I sent you this video on to the Telegram.
Messages are not going through.
used to say stuff like, India, I will feel bad, but I feel like I could judge people because I stopped smoking weed. And so even though I stopped smoking weed and I stopped like getting drunk and stuff like that, I was still a piece of candy here and there, right? So I'm still a sinner.
You can't take the position, Maggie, that you must be sinless to pass judgment on people. That can't be what the scripture is teaching.
I know. No, I mean, and when someone that is what the scripture is teaching, because once we stay in our sins, it's like if you ask me this question: do you believe you can receive salvation or be saved if you die in your sins?
Yes. I believe that.
You said yes.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I certainly believe that. Yeah, because
when in the Bible, nobody died in their sin. They was forgiven. David killed he killed the man's wife and took her. Right, and he before everything and what he did, even through everybody that as far as prophets, they were sinners. They was never able to commit the things they committed unless they was cleansed. They were sinners as well. Do you believe the prophets that committed all these miracles was able to do miracles if they was in their sins?
Let me say this because
that's my last question. I'm asking one more question.
I'm about to answer.
Okay.
Hold on, Andrew.
Bro, you're fine. Yeah, go ahead, bro. But Mackie just dial back, bro. You're cool. It's all good.
Yeah. So Mackie, you can't say that because you're basically saying that you're basically saying that if you die, you're supposed to be sinless. That's impossible because if that was the case, we sin without even knowing. So therefore, if you're gonna sin, and then if we sin without knowing. That's basically saying if we die, we know when we're gonna die. Nobody in here knows when we're gonna die. So therefore, you cannot say if you sin without knowing and then you die, you cannot repent for that sin because you didn't even know that you were about to die. So but okay,
Scriptures say be ready.
Be ye also ready. And when Jesus come back, he said, I'm looking for a church without a spot or a wrinkle. So therefore the church is your temple, your body. So you can't die with sin. That don't mean that you're not gonna make it in. It don't mean that. It just means that you gotta be ye also ready, but so when your time does come, you will be ready. That's why you have to pray and you repent daily. And God's grace and his mercy is renewed daily. So you don't have to worry about all of that.
But you see what you just said, you contradict yourself by saying that's what I'm not contradicting. Can I speak now?
Go ahead.
All I'm saying is that being that you said without knowing, right? Whose fault is it? Knowing that I didn't know no better. But this is where it comes where you get the word, and I believe that Jesus will give everyone time enough to be ready, like you said, to get the word, because like I said, I always believe that I always had a spiritual connection, right? So being that there were certain things we were all accustomed to based off generational, whether you by the food you consume, by whether the path you follow, and then you realize you always try to find a different path because we look for answers. It's like trying to solve a problem. It's like trying to figure out life, and you're trying to figure out whatever you're making the same mistake. You didn't know no better, but at some point you will learn on like, oh my God, I didn't know that I was making the same mistake over and over and over, unless you're just one of those person that just continue to make the same mistake and thinking it's going to be a different result. And what word is that? You know the word when you keep making the same mistake to look for a different result? What word is that? Insanity, correct. So I believe that even though a person can live in insanity, it will come to a point that they would notice, like, you know what? Maybe doing the same thing over and over is not going to work out. And that is Jesus. Meaning, with Jesus, you do know with Jesus, anything is possible. You can do anything with Jesus. So again, brother, the reason, like you said, the reason we pray every day, what's the whole point of praying every day if you're not going to try to follow all of the laws? Right? That's the whole point of to be sinless.
Let me say this. But everybody doesn't know the word. Listen. Your question was, can you make it in if you commit sin? A lot of people don't know the word, but they still live a righteous life.
That's true. That is true.
So therefore, how can we condemn somebody for something that they don't know that they're doing?
And I did say, I believe in my heart, right? No matter who you are, no matter how much sin you commit, right? There will be a point in life where Jesus will come to you and say, hey, brother, I understand you've been doing that. I don't know how we come to you. I don't know. Everybody got different connection in life. But all I'm saying is there's some point, like you said, with that spiritual connection of being, like you said, you can have a good heart, but that don't make you a good person. And we all can agree on that. And all I'm saying is at some point, at some point you do get the word, because like I said, I never had the word, and that's why I was always confused within to believe whether if Jesus is black or white. You know what I'm saying? No, because when I grew up, right, in a culture home, let me finish. When I grew up in a culture home, right, when I seen the fact that Jesus was a white man, you know what I said to myself? If that's what God wants, then that's what God get, and I believe. You understand me? But now I come to a different understanding to say, you know what? Something is wrong. Something don't feel right. So instead of that, I started blocking Jesus out of my beliefs, right? I would just
Yo, K9, stop talking to me, bro. I got you, brother. In the corner right now, K9. Yo, K9, stop talking to me when I wrote in the text.
And I'm glad the replay is on. That is the devil. Yeah. And all I'm saying is that, you see, what you're saying is, being that we don't know certain things, we would know certain things with Jesus, because like I said, with Jesus, you can do anything. And with Jesus, you can be perfect. So to be perfect, you have to be sinless, okay? Yeah. And I do not believe anyone can be to make it salvation if you're not sinless, knowing that you got the word. That's what I'm saying, because if you don't know, then I can understand that. But I don't believe Jesus doesn't let anyone die without getting the word as far as just being spiritual. The only person that get that is probably babies. That's why they say only who God look for, fools and babies and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And I don't believe even a fool don't get the word. Only a baby would sit there and all that is a reason behind that. It's like saying Jesus like, oh, I don't want you. It's like Jesus would know the spirit that come in this world, because it's not our fault we're born because two people decide to have sex, and it's still God's plan to bring that baby in this world. But I believe that
the people who distribute the gas masks and take care of the shelters and all that.
For Homeland Defense, we don't have it in the U.S. We've never used it. It's not like Israel.
Right. Well, I remember as a kid growing up in the 70s, we used to hear on Tuesday mornings, I think at 10:30, the sirens. It was like every week they would practice. Did you remember any of this?
Sure. You're talking about the atomic bomb stuff?
Yeah. They had those atomic bomb shelter signs.
Of course. It's okay, I'm not listening.
I'm in a place that I can't avoid. When Mother Nature calls, she doesn't care about the geopolitical situation. Oh, they're calling me Mageni Huda. I think I just got a flash.
Mageni Huda, that's the name of this attack, exactly.
It's fascinating that it's on Purim, though. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's really something.
You know, sometimes when you read history, you say, what if, right? Like, what if before the Holocaust they just told like, the Jews just get the fuck out and they all went to Israel? And Israel would have, like, I don't know, 15 million population today. Or you say, what if
It's not Mageni Huda.
No.
It's the lion bark. How do you say lion when you say war? It's missing from our crazy prime minister.
Lion bark. The lion barking. Come on.
Yeah. That's if you don't see it, 12 channel.
What channel are you watching? French?
The lion bark. Shagata. Yeah,
I know, but what are you watching?
12, channel 12.
Who calls it that? The opposition?
No, all these names is from Bibi Netanyahu. Like, if you want to change the 7th of October war, you say Kumar war.
Yeah, the roar of the lion. But
now they say him again, and now they change it to the Shagata.
But you know,
Bigla.
They go with one name. After a couple of minutes, even not 1 hour, they come with a different name.
Well, that's Jews. You know, this is the name I'll use. That's the name I won't use. This is the name I'll never use. That's the name he uses. It just never ends.
This is the name I wouldn't be caught dead using. They named me for my uncle. I hated my uncle.
He's so true.
He was a garniff.
Oy vey. Oy gewalt.
Gewalt.
Gewaltig.
Nebbers.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite. Did you ever see that book, The Joys of Yiddish, by Leo Russell?
Of course.
Amazing book.
He's got some sequels too.
Say what now?
He's got some sequels too.
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah.
Yeah. He was a school teacher, as I recall.
I know.
And then he wrote these books.
Yeah, he was a Chicago man. He was from the University of Chicago.
Ah.
So is Sal Bello.
I'm a massive admirer of Bello, man. Starts off in Montreal, by the way.
Yep. And yeah, what did you like that he wrote?
Oh, my favorite is Humboldt's Gift.
I read that. Yeah.
Oh, it's tremendous. Let me see if I can convince him. There's a bagel guy making bagels here, but but the store is closed, so I don't think he's going to give me anything. I can't get to his attention. God, they look so wonderful and fresh and hot, but the store is closed. It's the middle of the night here.
Yeah.
Ribono Shalom.
Here goes the neighborhood. What up, Lord?
Listen, I read an incredible, it's from the capitalchabad.com. The children have the answers. This is from Esther. Listen to this. Mordecai approaches the 3 school children and asks, please tell me your toy reverse. The first child answers, do not fear sudden terror and the threat of the wicked. Proverbs 3:20. I told this to Caleb earlier. He liked it. The second child said, you can scheme, but it will be nullified. You may plot, but it will not succeed, for God is with us. Isaiah 8:10. And the third child replied, even unto your old age I remain with you. Isaiah 46. Upon hearing the 3 children recite their verses, Mordecai's desperate and downcast mood was quickly changed to great joy. He became very happy. Curious to know what could have made Mordecai so happy during such a terrible situation, Haman walked over and asked Mordecai to repeat his conversation with the children. These children brought me great tidings, Mordecai exclaimed to Haman. They assured me that we have nothing to fear from your evil designs. Upon hearing this, Haman became furious and flew into a clown house rage. And he said, it is these small Jewish children whom I will kill first.
John, this is good stuff.
Lord, you should be in the theater. That was a performance.
No, he's good with voices, too.
Yeah. We're going to reading rooms.
I came to the conclusion that technically Clubhouse is just Toastmasters, but it turns out that it's Toastmasters in the ghetto, in the slum. It's the slum of Toastmasters.
Anyway, so Normal, don't they have any 24-hour places where you live?
Yes, but I happened to see these fresh bagels and I got all excited.
I know they're creamy.
I mean, they look so shiny and golden and delicious.
What kind of bagel do you like? Sesame, onion bagel?
I like everything.
Everything, yeah.
Everything bagel.
As in, you like the everything bagel, or you like all bagels?
No, the former. I like everything bagel.
Yeah.
Hey, Lord, you're a Chicago guy. What deli did you go to? Did you go to anything in Skokie?
Yeah, a little bit. My dad worked on Devon. My dad was a cop on Devon. He took over an old Jewish guy's beat named Bernie Feinstein. And my dad donned himself the Don of Devon. And he helped everybody with all their problems.
What
That's a cool story, man.
What neighborhood was this?
The
Street?
Devon, yeah. The whole strip. The whole strip from the Hindus to the Orthodox to the Russians, everybody.
It used to be all Jewish, so all the way to the lake.
Wasn't Maxwell Street? Was Maxwell Street the big Jewish street? What was the big Jewish marketplace?
Oh, Maxwell Street. I'll tell you, Maxwell Street that's near the University of Illinois. That's what they call Jewtown.
Mm.
And nobody meant anything bad by it. It was just Jewtown, you know, and then it was right by the Little Italy and Greektown, and that's a wonderful. And if you ever go and you want to see something historically interesting, Jane Addams Hull House. She was the woman who I think created the social work in America, and
The settlement projects she did.
Yeah, and it's a wonderful museum because they color coded all the ethnicity in the neighborhood surrounding the Hull House. It was just interesting. It's really amazing. They have a nice little movie to watch. It's really, really. Oh man, it's cold out here. Gotta go back in. Effing so cold. What business does it have to be this cold in Tel Aviv? Almost March. Anyway, so.
Say it again. What's the question?
No, I'm just saying, why does it have to be so cold today? But what was I going to say? There was Kaufman's.
Revenge is a dish best served cold.
Did you ever have that Polish sausage? Excuse me. No, Chicago's famous for its hot dog. And Maxwell Street, Polish was the one that started it all. It's on the corner of Halstead and Maxwell, and I don't know, whatever. But I'm just talking about that whole neighborhood. If you ever seen the Blues Brothers, there's a scene where Johnny Lee Hooker is singing out in the market. Did you ever see that? Do you remember this?
Listen,
Yeah,
Stanley, listen to this. I asked AI, how long did it take for Iran to return fire? It writes, based on reports regarding the June 2025 conflict, Iran began its retaliatory strike shortly after U.S. forces targeted Iranian. Initial action, the U.S. bombed 3 Iranian nuclear sites, Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan, late on a Saturday night. Retaliation timeframe. Iran initiated its response by targeting a U.S. military base in Qatar, Al-Udeid, on the following Monday. So it took them about 48 hours. I don't know if the attack came in the morning or the night, but basically.
It was time to evacuate. They let us know they were going to do it, and just for symbolic reasons, but we evacuated before they hit it. Yep. But what about when Israel hit on in June? What was it, June 12th?
That's what I was thinking. Like it took them like two days, I think, to return fire, and they hit Tel Aviv.
Well, that's exactly what they're talking about in my news analysis right now, is when are they going to respond and how long it's going to take, and they're expecting that their abilities now are not like they were last war, so it's going to take a little longer, but it just shows their impotence. It really shows their weakness the longer this takes. Obviously, I'm not saying anything.
Well, I don't want to, give the kind of horror here, but they got a lot of missiles.
The ones that hit Tel Aviv seemed supersonic, like they were powerful.
They were powerful.
I think they were supersonic.
They hit the building. They hit the close to the Kiryat, the main military building, and my whole apartment. I mean, I think there was a picture that almost fell off the wall. I was shaking. You could feel it. I'm like about 500 meters away from it.
That must have been fun. Are all ballistic missiles supersonic, or no? That's a separate category.
I think when it flies in, that's when it hits the supersonic speeds, not, on takeoff, but I think on the descent. I tried to calculate the payload and the percentage of that TNT to the percentage or the total TNT of Hiroshima and Fukushima, or, the Japanese atomic bombs. And it turns out that those Iranian missiles, it's still a significant percentage of a nuclear weapon. I can't remember the exact percentage, but I was surprised at the power of, but the whole thing is, when you saw those videos, it was like, whoa, like I had never, it's so densely constructed and populated that those rockets are.
Or Tel Aviv?
Yeah. It brought down some pretty big buildings.
You know what I learned when I I looked it up, is that they are gravity driven. They go up with rocket fuel. They go up above the atmosphere. Then they come down with, they're powered by gravity, which had never occurred to me.
Right.
Isn't that interesting?
Where'd you get that from, AI?
No, I just looked up ballistic missiles, and that's what they explain. It's a geometry thing. They go up into the stratosphere, and then they turn and they come down, strictly powered by gravity.
Yeah, you could see that in those videos. I had never seen impacts like that. Like, I've never seen videos like that. And you can imagine.
What videos did you look at? Send me if you. I don't want to bother you, but send me a link if.
I don't have it anymore.
What should I look up?
You can go on YouTube and just type in Tel Aviv, Iran missile strike.
There's video of it, huh?
Yeah.
Can you see them approaching?
You can see them appear out of the sky like a blink. Like, they're just incredibly fast. Terrifyingly fast.
Wow. And then the after, I mean, I saw the after effects of Beersheba.
I mean,
what I just picked up, ironically, is three of my Lev HaOlam boxes. If you know what those are.
What are those, the DACA boxes?
No, they're boxes of random stuff made by artisans in Israel, mostly from Judea and Samaria. So I get a box every month, but they piled up someplace. So I went and got all of them. I get one a month.
You know, I remember looking at the prices of apartments in Tel Aviv, you know, during the last conflict. You could rent an apartment for like, a nice place for like $1,000 a month, you know? Everybody got the hell out of town.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of what you said. Could you say it again?
I was looking at the prices of apartments during the last conflict in Tel Aviv, and the prices plummeted for obvious reasons.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be there right now. You know, I just pray to God that they don't target some kind of critical infrastructure that, that they can actually target. Because the whole thing, if you can hit Tel Aviv, you can pretty much, your proximity and your targeting capability is pretty good. Like that's.
I think they targeted Haifa port too.
I hope that they're fully resupplied on that Iron Dome, because that first attack that they launched, when it didn't seem like they used those hypersonics, or the ones that go high up. But that Iron Dome supposedly, really took out a lot on that first salvo.
I was in Senate with that first wave of missiles from Iran, and not a single one hit.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like almost we took them out effortlessly. I was in the room with Marvin. Remember Marvin?
Yeah, Marvin the Martian.
Marvin, the Army guy. No, I'm sorry, Marine.
Yeah, he's a Marine. Nice enough guy, but I do not like his political takes. No, his analysis is boring. His political takes are even worse.
I don't remember those.
Oh, he's got bad TDS.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, he's annoying like that.
You know what?
He's annoying like that. I was reading this interesting story in a military history book, and some lieutenant or some colonel comes up to the general and says, "Hey, we're about to lose the battle. Maybe we should move command, the HQ, across the river." And the general looks at his colonel and he goes, "I think we're going to defend this position right here, bring up the artillery, and launch an attack." Meaning that the second in command, is trying to elicit an unnecessary change, but the general's awareness and command is in the now. it's the loser is always trying to essentially make an adjustment or a prediction for a future event, and therefore they lose the battle now because they're always fighting a future battle and not in the present moment. So
they're worrying about the future.
Yeah, but the general is in the now.
Yeah, load them up. Let you defend this position.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you fucking idiot. Bring up the artillery, you fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. Get the fucking artillery up here. You know, we're not moving. We are engaging. You know, like, that's why, you know that movie with George C. Scott, Patton?
Of course. I watched it again recently. It's tremendous.
It is, isn't it?
I think Coppola wrote the screenplay, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Check it out. I even remember the music.
Yeah, I've been using it in all my political videos.
Fantastic.
Thanks.
Yeah. You're welcome. I'm kind of amazed.
I'm amazed too. Like, it looks just like me. It sounds just like me. I'm like, I'm blown away at how accurate it. I even shaved, you know, and I had a little nick on my cheek. It even picked up the scratch on my face. It picks up my hair follicles. It knows that I have like long hair follicles from the chin. Like, it's so accurate. It's unbelievable. People have no idea. But basically AI allows you to like hologram yourself in a way that has never been possible. Like, to create these types of videos for a political campaign, you would pay a consultant, you know, $400,000 or $200,000, you know, like big money. But now, because you can put out these amazing videos, you just need the money to buy the advertisements. There is no content creation cost at all anymore. Completely solved. Now it's all about Google and Meta and buying influence through those communication networks. So that's why I don't understand how this Sam Altman, like, Sora is basically a social networking app, but he needs to get Bing ads on it. Supposedly, anyways, whatever.
What? He's saying that they protect American people from the evil of the Iranians. Says the most evil regime the Iranian have. He gives an explanation about all the practice that Iran have, Houthi, Hezbollah, and they kill their own people. Only come for cheating conversation. They didn't mean really to come for the peace. But the interesting is that one Iranian leader didn't go out and speak yet. Israelis speak, the Americans speak, Iranian, white. I'm sure most of them are dead. of them thinking. I don't think it will take so long. I don't give it more than a week. I don't give it more than a week on this war will be over. 48 hours if they don't send missiles back, it's over. What we can do against American and Israel, even you don't think Hezbollah don't shoot one missile, the Houthi didn't shoot one missile. You don't have any practice, they're all chicken, afraid of what will happen if they will dare to do something. But yes, he says that it is a risk that there might be some missiles that will kill us before we succeed to destroy all the missiles.
So there is a former CIA agent. His name is Michael Scheuer, and he runs a blog called non-intervention2.com. I'll put the link in the chat, but you should read what this guy wrote. I can read a little bit of it too if you want to read it. Check this guy out. He was on the Bin Laden desk. He's
Harry, this is your day, Harry. Donald Trump, why don't Bibi Netanyahu, why Donald Trump? Harry. Harry, where's Shuki? Shuki, I miss Shuki. Where is he? I haven't seen him for a while.
He's in jail.
Harry, come up, Harry.
This guy writes, so as this peace is finished, there are still U.S. military forces from all services flowing into the region around Iran. The U.S. has never operated a major military force on the ground in Iran, and it has had virtually no regular on-the-ground intelligence collection in Iran since the U.S. embassy and its officers were seized in '83. The importance of the latter is that the planners of a monster air war on Iran, which is said to be Trump's first choice, probably will not have definite data about what the mullahs have been planning as a regime survival strategy since they took power in '72. If the air war is insufficient to solve the Iran problem to Israel's satisfaction, the sole remaining option probably is an unnecessary interventionist ground war, the kind of war which U.S. flag officers and their commanders-in-chief have failed to win, despite several dozen opportunities with Japan since Japan surrendered in '45. This guy, hates Israel, and he, I would say he's definitely, anyways, but his analysis is pretty interesting. What I don't understand is, Trump says Iran cannot be allowed to develop a weapon. But what I don't understand is why in this world of black markets, why did we not, hypothesize that they technically bought, a weapon? So that's what I don't understand. Like if if they do have some type of poison pill or mutually assured destruction policy, which I'm sure they have, you know, that's what I don't understand why it's not, you know, a terrifying possibility. I mean, earthquakes happen, hurricanes happen. Those are huge energy events. And to think that, like, there can't be a huge energy event, you know, lacks imagination.
There is nothing to be understandable. The evil should not have these missiles and nuclear weapon all the time, warning all the world about the will attack, and have all these proxies and pay money to the Houthim and to the Hezbollah. It's very obvious it shouldn't be anymore. And it's the first time. It's an history day today. Israel.
It's a big deal. I'm getting tons of video now, and the U.S. has launched the strikes as well. I'm getting a ton of video. We hit all the nuclear sites as well. This is really going. We're going to be more in the next 24 hours than in the whole 12-day war. This is full on.
Yeah, it's full on, yes. Tonight we will see what they left, what they can give back.
It's almost
it's
like...
That's for sure. You already announced, Donald Trump announced, Israel announced. It's all on. There is a fire in a bus area, so everybody were afraid. It's not a missile; it's only a fire in Hulon, in the bus parking place.
So I looked up in Hebrew the translation of God's army. It's Adonai Zivaot. Lord of hosts, Lord of armies. Zava means army, host, or warfare. Zivaot, the plural form meaning hosts or armies. It says Kabbalah teaches that God's army can also represent spiritual forces such as the power of Torah study, mitzvot, commandments, and righteous actions that bring light and protection into the world. Biblically, the term was first used by Hannah in 1 Samuel 1:1:1 to call upon God for help. Metaphorical, it represents the spiritual battle against negative forces, the Sitra Achra or other side in Kabbalah. Modern reinterpretation, the term has been used in modern context to refer to the IDF as an instrument of divine protection and historical destiny. El Norma, Ribono Shel Olam. There are followers of the Rebbe who say Ribono Shel Olam is extremely useful.
Everybody left the room.
Iran monitor explosions.
Thank you for coming.
Explosions are going off in Isfahan, Qom, Karaj, and Kermanshah. Oh my God, Central Tel Aviv, Central Tehran. 1 hour ago, rocket strikes. Let the world know that we did not start this war. Wow.
אלמוס, אתה עוד נמצא? כן, אני נמצא, אבל אני מתחיל עכשיו לסגור, לא השאירו אותי פה לבד, אתה עזבת, סטנלי עזב, מורו עזב, ואני מתלבט אם להשאיר את החדר פתוח, אני חושב שזה נכון להשאיר אותו פתוח. אוקיי, למה? זה נכון, כי אנשים בסך הכל, אתה יודע, מחפשים את הביחד, מה שנקרא. המצב לא ברור. אז זה יותר כזה בשביל האנשים, אם ירצו להשאיר להם חדר פתוח, אבל יש עוד חדר קצת פתוח, אתה יודע, של רויה, אני יודע מי זה שם, הארי. רויה והארי באיזה חדר? איפה הם נמצאים? יש שם חדר של כהניסטים, מה, אתה רוצה להגיד שאתה חסום שם? לא, דווקא אני שאלתי כדי לברוח מהם, את שניהם אני לא כל כך מתלהב. עכשיו אני אגיד לך איך הוא נקרא. ישראל לטק איראן. ילדותי, כמוכם. ישראל לטק איראן, יופי, טוב. ישראל לטק איראן. הנה, Culture Unite Israel Friends. זה חדר של יוליה, לא? ה-culture זה של יוליה. כן, יוליה שמה, נכון. איך היא? בסדר? בסדר, חמודה. איפה היא? גם כן מתל אביב, לא? באמת? אתה ראית אותה במציאות? נפגשתם? אני והיא עוד לא, אבל ייתכן בעתיד איכשהו. אני עד כאן רק פגשתי את ברקסטר ואת רחל שין, אם אתה זוכר אותה. אני חושב שאני גם פגשתי את רחל, לא יודע, רחל שין. נכון, פגשת אותה. היא אמרה לך שהיא פגשה אותי? לא, היית בחדר, שניכם דיברו על זה. לא, אבל כשפגשת אותה, דיברת איתה עליי? לא, אני אגיד לך את האמת, אני התחמקתי ממנה קצת זמן, ויום אחד חברים בסינמטק אמרו שאני נמצא במקום מסוים, והיא באה לחפש אותי, והיא ראתה אותי בשאר ההיסטוריה, כמו שאומרים. אני לא כל כך מתלהב לפגוש... גם אני לא. אני עשיתי שם איזה טעות, אני בדרך כלל לא עושה את זה, אבל היה לי כזה טלפון, זה היה סיטואציה כזאת שגם כל המשפחה שלי לא הייתה בבית, ופתאום מישהי פה מקיסריה, וזה, אמרתי, יאללה, 12 בלילה, בחיים לא עשיתי כזה דבר. אבל תפסתי איזה קריז. בדיוק 10 דקות, רבע שעה, אולי עשינו שם סיבוב בתוך איזו שכונה בחדרה. אמרתי לילה טוב וחזרתי הביתה. מה אשתך חשבה על כל הסיפור שאתה עוזב אותה בבית? לא הייתה בבית, מי ידע מהסיפור הזה השתגעת? אני אספר בבית, במקום. יש דברים שלא מדברים עליהם. מדברים עליך פה? לא, פה באופן כללי. זה מקרה בודד ויחידי והתחרטתי עליו. אני לא יכול להסביר, אם ראית וצריך להחליף כמה מילים, אז אי אפשר להסביר את זה. יכול להבין אותך. טוב, אני כבר פגשתי אותה כבר כמה פעמים, כי היא באה למקום שאני מבלה פה בסינמטק בתל אביב, אז עם רחל, אני עוד פעם, זה כאילו פרווה, זה לא פה ולא שם איתה. כן, בדיוק, זה לא... אתה מבין בדיוק, אם אתה פגשת ודיברת, אז אתה מבין בדיוק על מה אני מדבר.
פעם היא הייתה להיט בחדרים של היהודים בגלל המבטא הכבד של האנשים היו משתעשעים, איך אומרים, זה היה משתעשע, אבל פסה. כן. זה שכאילו משמאלי פה, איך הוא בסדר? זה דובר אנגלית פה. בסדר, לכל מקום יש ליצן.
מדברים על ההתקפה המשולבת הישראלית, אמריקאית, פעם ראשונה בהיסטוריה שזה ממש משולב, בתיאום, בהכל, הכל הוכן, הכל זה...
בחדר אחר דיברו על כמה זמן, כאילו שהם החזירו האיראן, כמה זמן ייקח עד שהם מחזירים
כן.
אומרים שזה לא תוך יום, זה ייקח כמה ימים.
אם הם בכלל יכולים להחזיר. כל טיל שהם שולחים גם חושף את עצמו. אני מעריך שכבר יש מטוסי ביון מעל שמי איראן, שבכל רגע שטיל יוצא החוצה לשיגור, אז הוא חושף את עצמו להתקפה.
באמת, ומטרה פה באמת עכשיו הפעלת משטר, נכון? לא סתם. יפתח מתקפת סייבר נגד אתרים במדינה ובהם כלי תקשורת. ניסיתי להיכנס לחשבון טוויטר של טראמפ, אבל שואלים אותי 1000 שאלות לפני שאתה נכנס, אם יש לך חשבון גוגל, חשבון אפל, חשבון זה, אני סבלנות, אבל מעניין מה הוא אומר. Lord, have you got into Trump's Twitter account?
I can view it, yeah, you want to look at it?
Because I can't for whatever crazy reason, but whatever. Ali had maybe moved. Okay, there's nothing. I'm getting posts here that are old.
He posted this 13 minutes ago.
Major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people.
You want to hear this or no?
Imminent. I love it. בערוץ 12?
היה, עכשיו הוא משמיע את זה.
אוקיי.
Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, The regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
USA, USA, USA.
Here we go.
Time to go.
יש עוד אזעקה, there's another alarm here. אצלך גם עמוס? זיהו שיגורים לעבר ישראל.
Happens in war, strength or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens. U.S. personnel in the region. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. This not for now. Ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, protect all of our heroes in harm's way. forces and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity. And all of the or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are you will face finish, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do. Take over your government. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. Within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you. Within your reach. This is
Well, it goes back to
Can I ask just quick about Massey? He's obviously gotten into a very personal altercation with the president ongoing. there's the question of AIPAC. He was one of the few people who didn't take AIPAC money. But the all-out effort to destroy him,
Within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it. Within your reach. This is. Now you have a president who is giving you what? Now you have to take over your government. It will be yours to. Take over. You will face certain death. Yes. And all of the police, I say to. And protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help. Protect this, not for now. We're doing this for. This U.S. personnel in the region, even U.S. personnel. Congress. U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, U.S. personnel in the region. Protect this. Take within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. U.S. personnel.
remember that AI is the great equalizer. And what I mean by that is, in fact, because we use AI for research, and my primary use case for AI is doing research and being my tutor.
U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. This, not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened. Protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamics and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms, you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered, don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside, but take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. This, not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened. Protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that
سرنوشت‌ساز پیش روی ماست. کمکی که رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده به مردم شجاع ایران وعده داده بود اکنون رسیده است. این یک مداخله بشردوستانه است و هدف آن جمهوری اسلامی دستگاه سرکوب و ماشین کشتار آن است، نه کشور و ملت بزرگ ایران. اما با وجود رسیدن این کمک، پیروزی نهایی همچنان به دست ما رقم خواهد خورد. این ما ملت ایران هستیم که در این آخرین نبرد کار را تمام خواهیم کرد. زمان بازگشت به خیابانها نزدیک است. اکنون که جمهوری اسلامی در حال فروپاشی است، پیام من به نیروهای نظامی، انتظامی و امنیتی کشور روشن است. شما سوگند خورده اید حافظ ایران و ملت ایران باشید، نه حافظ جمهوری اسلامی و سرکردگانش. وظیفه شما دفاع از مردم است، نه دفاع از رژیمی که با سرکوب و جنایت میهن ما را به گروگان گرفته است. به ملت بپیوندید و به یک گذار باثبات و امن کمک کنید. در غیر این صورت با کشتی در هم شکسته خامنه‌ای و رژیمش غرق خواهید شد. و پیام من به رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده پرزیدنت ترامپ این است: ملت شریف ایران با وجود سرکوب و کشتار وحشیانه این رژیم نزدیک به 2 ماه با دلاوری ایستادگی کرد. اینک از شما میخواهم بیشترین احتیاط ممکن را برای حفظ جان غیر نظامیان و همیهنانم به کار ببرید. مردم ایران متحدان طبیعی شما و جهان آزادند و یاری شما در سخت‌ترین دوره تاریخ معاصر ایران را فراموش نخواهند کرد. و به شما هممیهنان عزیزم در ایران، در این ساعتها و روزهای حساس بیش از هر زمان دیگر باید بر هدف نهایی خود متمرکز بمانیم: باز پس گرفتن ایران. من از شما می‌خواهم که در حال حاضر در خانه‌های خود بمانید و آرامش و امنیت خود را حفظ کنید. هوشیار و آماده باشید تا در زمان مناسب که به طور دقیق به اطلاع شما خواهم رساند برای اقدام نهایی به خیابان‌ها بازگردید. پیام‌های من را از طریق شبکه‌های اجتماعی و رسانه‌های ماهواره‌ای دنبال کنید. اگر در اینترنت و ماهواره اختلال ایجاد شد، از طریق امواج رادیویی با شما در تماس خواهم بود. ما به پیروزی نهایی بسیار نزدیکیم. میخواهم هرچه زودتر در کنار شما باشم. تا با هم ایران را پس بگیریم و دوباره بسازیم. پاینده ایران.
So here's what's at the heart of mass.
U.S. Now U.S. personnel in the region, even some. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, I have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. Within your reach. Iranian regime. U.S. personnel.
هم میهنان عزیزم، لحظاتی سرنوشت ساز پیش روی ماست. کمکی که رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده به مردم شجاع ایران وعده داده بود اکنون رسیده است. این یک مداخله بشردوستانه است و هدف آن جمهوری اسلامی دستگاه سرکوب و ماشین کشتار آن است، نه کشور و ملت بزرگ ایران. اما با وجود رسیدن این کمک، پیروزی نهایی همچنان به دست ما رقم خواهد خورد. این ما ملت ایران هستیم که در این آخرین نبرد کار را تمام خواهیم کرد. زمان بازگشت به خیابان‌ها نزدیک است. اکنون که جمهوری اسلامی در حال فروپاشی است، پیام من به نیروهای نظامی، انتظامی و امنیتی کشور روشن است. شما سوگند خورده اید حافظ ایران و ملت ایران باشید، نه حافظ جمهوری اسلامی و سرکردگانش. وظیفه شما دفاع از مردم است، نه دفاع از رژیمی که با سرکوب و جنایت میهن ما را به گروگان گرفته است. به ملت بپیوندید و به یک گذار باثبات و امن کمک کنید. در غیر این صورت با کشتی در هم شکسته خامنه‌ای و رژیمش غرق خواهید شد. و پیام من به رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده پرزیدنت ترامپ این است: ملت شریف ایران با وجود سرکوب و کشتار وحشیانه این رژیم نزدیک به 2 ماه با دلاوری ایستادگی کرد. اینک از شما می‌خواهم بیشترین احتیاط ممکن را برای حفظ جان غیر نظامیان و هم‌میهنانم به کار ببرید. مردم ایران متحدان طبیعی شما و جهان آزادند و یاری شما در سخت‌ترین دوره تاریخ معاصر ایران را فراموش نخواهند کرد. و به شما هم‌میهنان عزیزم در ایران، در این ساعت‌ها و روزهای حساس بیش از هر زمان دیگر باید بر هدف نهایی خود متمرکز بمانیم: باز پس گرفتن ایران. من از شما می‌خواهم که در حال حاضر در خانه‌های خود بمانید و آرامش و امنیت خود را حفظ کنید. هوشیار و آماده باشید تا در زمان مناسب که به طور دقیق به اطلاع شما خواهم رساند برای اقدام نهایی به خیابانها بازگردید. پیام‌های من را از طریق شبکه‌های اجتماعی و رسانه‌های ماهواره‌ای دنبال کنید. اگر در اینترنت و ماهواره اختلال ایجاد شد، از طریق امواج رادیویی با شما در تماس خواهم بود. ما به پیروزی نهایی بسیار نزدیکیم. می‌خواهم هر چه زودتر در کنار شما باشم تا با هم ایران را پس بگیریم و دوباره بسازیم. پاینده ایران. هم میهنان عزیزم، لحظاتی سرنوشت ساز پیش روی ماست. کمکی که رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده مردم شجاع ایران وعده داده بود اکنون رسیده است. این یک مداخله بشردوستانه است و هدف آن جمهوری اسلامی دستگاه سرکوب و ماشین کشتار آن است، نه کشور و ملت بزرگ ایران. اما با وجود رسیدن این کمک، پیروزی نهایی همچنان به دست ما رقم خواهد خورد. این ما ملت ایران هستیم که در این آخرین نبرد کار را تمام خواهیم کرد. زمان بازگشت به خیابانها نزدیک است. اکنون که جمهوری اسلامی در حال فروپاشی است، پیام من به نیروهای نظامی، انتظامی و امنیتی کشور روشن است. شما سوگند خورده اید حافظ ایران و ملت ایران باشید، نه حافظ جمهوری اسلامی و سرکردگانش. وظیفه شما دفاع از مردم است، نه دفاع از رژیمی که با سرکوب و جنایت میهن ما را به گروگان گرفته است. به ملت بپیوندید و به یک گذار باثبات و امن کمک کنید. در غیر این صورت با کشتی در هم شکسته خامنه‌ای و رژیمش غرق خواهید شد. و پیام من به رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده پرزیدنت ترامپ این است: ملت شریف ایران با وجود سرکوب و کشتار وحشیانه این رژیم نزدیک به 2 ماه با دلاوری ایستادگی کرد. اینک از شما می‌خواهم بیشترین احتیاط ممکن را برای حفظ جان غیر نظامیان و هممیهنانم به کار ببرید. مردم ایران متحدان طبیعی شما و جهان آزادند و یاری شما در سخت‌ترین دوره تاریخ معاصر ایران را فراموش نخواهند کرد. و به شما هممیهنان عزیزم در ایران، در این ساعتها و روزهای حساس بیش از هر زمان دیگر باید بر هدف نهایی خود متمرکز بمانیم: باز پس گرفتن ایران. من از شما می‌خواهم که در حال حاضر در خانه‌های خود بمانید و آرامش و امنیت خود را حفظ کنید. هوشیار و آماده باشید تا در زمان مناسب که به طور دقیق به اطلاع شما خواهم رساند برای اقدام نهایی به خیابان‌ها بازگردید. پیام‌های من را از طریق شبکه‌های اجتماعی و رسانه‌های ماهواره‌ای دنبال کنید. اگر در اینترنت و ماهواره اختلال ایجاد شد، از طریق امواج رادیویی با شما در تماس خواهم بود. ما به پیروزی نهایی بسیار نزدیکیم. می‌خواهم هر چه زودتر در کنار شما باشم تا با هم ایران را پس بگیریم و دوباره بسازیم. پاینده ایران.